Good morning. Just making sure everything is connecting up correctly. All right, looking good. Let me start opening up project. And our notes. So this is my notes app that I've been using. Thing's pretty handy because you can kind of containerize different apps within other ones. I mean, it's just a note-taking app. So, last time I streamed, we started working on the combat scene. And that's going to take a little bit of time, so we're going to continue working on that today. Let's open up Unity. It's been a few days since I last streamed on this. Stupid real life stuff, keeping me busy. I want this to be my real life, but I gotta make a paycheck. Go ahead and open my backend server, which is in Java. I'm doing this a little different than a lot of the other projects I've seen. I'm using a backend Java server, and it's connecting to Unity3d through RPC calls. And that kind of gives me the auth server client structure. And even though I'm building this initially as a single player game, it'll have the capabilities to be converted to a multiplayer game fairly easy with this setup. So that's part of the reason I'm doing this way, and I mean, just to kind of learn how to do it this way is part of the reasoning too. But I've had a lot of experience with Java in my day job, so that helps me a little bit as well. I know there are some newer multiplayer frameworks for Unity too, and I might have to check those out in the future, but at least for this project, this is the way I decided to go. I need to make sure I'm seeing everyone's text if anyone types. Even though I don't get many messages, I don't want to miss any if they do pop up. All right. I think that's working now. It wasn't working just a second ago. Okay, so when we ended last time, oh, that doesn't look right. What the heck happened here? Oh no, I know never mind, that's right. So we were working on the left side of this. This is the combat scene itself. And this is kind of the UI slash setup for this layout for this scene. So on the left side will be the player's party. It'll kind of look like this right side as well. It'll populate a little box for each hero currently, and in the future this will be some kind of 2D sprite, animated sprite. It won't just be a box. This is just for testing purposes. I don't want to dive too deep into any graphical arty stuff because that stuff can take you a long time. We can probably even find some free assets to drop in as placeholders just to get a better idea of what things could look like. But for now, like I said, we're so early on in the development of this scene that I don't even need graphics. I'm just kind of working through getting things in the right spots, triggering events correctly, just making sure all that foundational stuff is in place. So when we click play, and actually I need to start my server for this to work. Otherwise it won't be able to hit the back end and grab the data out of the database. So all of the game data is being stored in a database. So it, in a way, that makes the game stateless. So if someone did end up, if I end up making this game on a mobile or even on a PC, it would work the same way. If someone decides to exit out in the middle of a combat scene, the hopes once I get this all set up is, since it's all stored in the database, when they load back into the game, it finds that they were in the combat scene as the game state for that player, and then it should load all the data back up the way it was. So currently, when we click play, we should generate whatever players are in the party on the hero side here. So right now in our test data, we have 4 heroes in our initial party. And we also set them up where they are in the proper location. So let's jump into the, let's open my database tool so we can view the data in there and just show you how this is set up in the database. So currently the party table in the database, it's saved by player ID, and each player can only have one party currently the way the game's structured. And in that party, you have 3 front row positions and 3 back row positions. So it's a formational type setup where the logic for combat, the front row players will have to be attacked first, at least by melee attacks, before the back row could be reached. Now that won't be the case for spells or ranged attacks or skills, but at least for regular back and forth melee attacking, that's kind of the strategy that I'm setting up. So these 2 front row guys up here would have to be attacked first before these in the back could be attacked by normal melee attacks. So that's my way of kind of adding in like a tanky, adding in different roles for the characters. So you would put your tanky characters up here in the front, and many enemies, at least dumber enemies, won't have the skills possible to attack the back row. And so your main thing will be to beef up these guys in the front with defense and hit points so that they can outlast these while the guys in back throw spells, shoot bow and arrow, stuff like that. So that's kind of a background on why I'm setting it up this way and kind of the strategies involved and stuff that I'm thinking through. So the next part that I want to work on today is we need to add some enemies. Right now, these are just placeholding for the layout, but I don't have actual logic or database or anything really built out yet for any type of monster structure. So I think today we'll work on getting this side of the combat scene to populate, which means we're going to have to create monster objects in the back end, think through a few things there, although most of it's already, the starting structures there. We've created a monster object, but we need to create the service calls to pull that data back. We're going to have to create an encounter object that will store, just like we had to create a party object for this side to store all the heroes in a player's party, we're going to have to create an encounter object for this side that stores all the monsters that are in a single encounter. So similarities between both sides here. So this should maybe go a little bit quicker since we've kind of already thought through some of the, and figure out some of the layout stuff and how to load and display it. So that part should all kind of copy from the other side, but all right, so let's stop it running. We don't like to keep it in play mode when we're changing things, or we could accidentally lose those changes when you exit out. I open. So some of those were generated classes there from the back end. But if I go into the combat manager, and it's loading. Loading, loading, loading. Guess it's either time for me to clean this computer up or get some newer components, because it is slowing down a little bit. Either that or it didn't actually. I think I had this problem last time. For some reason, when I first try to open a script, it doesn't trigger opening my IDE, which I'm using JetBrains Writer. But once it's open, if I click them in there, it triggers over. I don't know. I think that's all that was doing. Okay, so right now you can see we have a couple things going on here. Once this is finally done loading. So the combat manager loads initially when the game transitions to the scene. A combat ID is saved when it's loading from the start game screen, and then from there it loads the info from the back end tied to this combat ID. And then from there, our other triggers come into place. So the party panel, which is the one we worked on last time, it looks for that data to be populated from the combat manager. Once it is, it grabs the party object out of that data that the combat manager pulled back. And that party object will then allow us to populate which objects get included in the party panel here. Now there's still a few things we have to do on this. For instance, getting updates to this panel. The way it's currently set up is going to duplicate them. I don't have any cleanup stuff in here. So let's just make a note here so that I don't forget to do that, since we're moving to the other side for a while. Clean up. Clean up party panel before instantiating updates. So that shouldn't be too hard, but I need to create a small section of code in here that just loops through the child objects of the of these two, the front row and the back row items, and then just destroys those objects before it creates them again. And then, so this generates those little boxes that you saw on the other screen. And then as far as populating the data in those boxes, each time one of those boxes is instantiated, this script is attached to those boxes. And so this does a quick call to grab the hero info based on whatever hero got passed when that box was created. So the box is created, it drops a hero ID on the box. And then when these box objects get instantiated, the start command will run. It'll go pull the data for the hero that they were set to, and then it updates and displays that data. So that's a summary of what we finished last time. And we're going to do some similar, it's going to be a similar setup for the monster side. So instead of party, we're going to have an encounter. And instead of hero, we're going to have monster. But as far as how they're set up, they're going to be very similar. Our monster component controller is what we can name it. We'll have a monster ID. And it will pull back. It'll go to the database just like this one is and pull that data back. And in the update info method that we create, it'll update whatever data that we need to see for monsters. So it might be slightly different. I don't think right now anyways, we don't have like a job for monsters. But we do still have a name, a level for the monsters, and then of course they're going to need HP and MP to be displayed. So let's create, let's look over here real quick. I don't know if I pulled, let me look here. In the enemy panel, did I pull one of these in the prefab? I don't think I did yet. Because I did set these up slightly different. Even though it says hero name, I set this up different. Let's change it real quick so it's easier to understand. Job name. We have monster level, monster name, HP, and MP is what we're showing on these. So let's pull this for now over here. Now we have our prefab for that. I'm going to leave those there for now. And then let's generate another script. Not generate. Let's create another script. That was not the right button. Try again. Call this, what did I call the other one? It doesn't really matter, but I called it Combat Party Panel Controller. So we can just call this one Combat Enemy Panel Controller. Oh, I didn't do that. There it goes. And that's where I want it to be saved. And then let's jump in this new script. We're going to split screen with the one that it's kind of mimicking, because we're going to use a lot of these similar things. So we're going to use these same two front row and back row for this object. Same setup and same game design logic as far as how that works. Then we're going to want a encounter. And I think I already have this object. Yeah. I at least have a base object in my RPC services, so that is where that's coming from. We will need start. We won't need update, I don't think. And in start, we'll do just like we did on that one, just as a test. Waiting on Combat Manager to initialize And actually, I'm going to call out that this is the enemy panel because I also have the player panel or party panel. And once I get these all to work fine, I'm going to clean up these debugs. You don't want too many debug logs or it starts to get hard to use them usefully. And we'll actually copy this line here. It's going to be the same, I think. Yeah, I got to change that because you're using a yield statement. You have to use the IEnumerator type. And that's just making sure that my combat manager is finished initializing and has its data object populated. And then, so right here, we're telling it to set the party. Now, right now, that data that I'm pulling back doesn't include anything for the encounter. So that might be the next step here. We might have to define that. Let's create the rest of this initial method. Finishing encounter, or not encounter, I called it enemy. Enemy panel init. Encounter ID is, and then we need the encounter dot ID. I don't have encounter dot ID. Let's see. What did I call it? Maybe it's capital encounter ID. Okay, just ID with a capital I. And then we want to do like we did down there. So we're going to create a method that can be run when we need to update the panel. And we'll call this enemy panel. And same thing here. Update enemy panel. All right. So this line we're missing up here is not going to work until I populate something in the combat manager for that. So let's jump over there and see how we have this structured. So right now we're pulling back a combat object. And the combat object contains a list of let's look. And we're going to go to the back end to look at this because I think that'll help us understand. So here's the combat object. So right now it has a party object, which is what we're returning. It does have the encounter object, a time elapsed, and then the player ID tied to that. So the object actually already has what we need, so we should be able to set that up in the code for now. It won't work because we're not actually pulling any data on the back end, but we should be able to do this. Encounter equals combat manager dot instance dot combat dot encounter. So we should be able to pull from this direction anyways. We already have a way to pull that data in. And then we can even fill out this bottom section. So encounter dot, oh no, we're going to have to redefine encounter if we want it to be set up like party. Encounter right now doesn't have anything built in to tie like a location in battle, and I added that for the party, and I think I'm gonna have to also add that for the counter object. So let's find it. Yeah, all I had was a repeated list of monsters in the encounter object. And it might still be a list. Let me think how I want this to work. So monsters might be slightly different than the party in the sense that I might have different size monsters, and there might be a way to have more of them in a battle than 6. So I need to think through how I would display that on the system. But as far as data, I think I still want to have this. I still want to have this idea of a front row and a back row for the enemies as well. So could I just have a list of monsters for the front row and a list of monsters for the back row? Would that be enough? I know for the party what I had done was I was using IDs. All you do here is you pull back the ID, and then and I don't even know if this was the best setup for this either. Because this is causing, the way I have it set up for party, it does cause 2 RPC calls, which RPC calls are very quick. Until I have a whole lot going on, I don't think we're going to have performance issues with this. But something that would probably make it more performant is if I only did 1 call, possibly. So what I mean by that is instead of pulling an ID in on the party object, why not just pull the actual hero object in here? So this, instead of being an int64, why can't it be a hero? And also, since the position in the front row doesn't matter, why not make this a repeated list? And that way I open the ability up to have additional people in the front row if I figure out a way to do it in the future. And I've already kind of thought of this in the game design side of things. What if I create a class in my game that can summon a monster or summon something to use on your team? You need an additional position for that. So we would have to fit another unit in the layout and the display. Because I kind of like that idea too, to have the ability to summon. Certain classes might be able to summon a pet, and those pets should probably go on the front row when they're summoned. Or, I mean, it might depend on the type of pet you summon, but I'm just thinking from fantasy ideas and games that set that up that way. A lot of times a pet is summoned and is considered a tank for the summoning caster. What do I want to do here? Let's do this. Let's set up the monster with the actual monster objects, the encounter I mean, with the actual monster objects. And if that seems to work pretty cleanly, then we might come back and refactor this real quick to match up. Because now that I'm looking at this a few days later, I think that might be a cleaner way, then right now, every time one of these boxes are getting generated, which it's like I said, it's still not really a performance issue. It's just more of adding additional call that might not need to be there. But if we look at this guy here, every time one of these heroes is generated in the code, it has to make a call right here to get the info for that hero. Whereas if I just put it in the initial return object, then I think that would speed things up a little bit. We wouldn't have to do any back end polls. It would already have that data in the combat manager. All right, let's do that. We're going to start with the monster. We're going to update the encounter. So right now it says just a list of monsters, which is close to what we're doing here. Really what we're getting ready to do is just change this to be front row, a list of monsters. Let's name that a little bit better. Front row mobs. And back row mobs. I think the rest of this is going to work just fine. We won't have to change anything else here. Now we will have to regenerate this on both ends, of course, because we did just change the how it's set up. So I can do that real quick on the server side, and then after we get the server side code done and it looks okay this way, we'll go ahead and transfer it over. I don't want to do it just yet because I don't know if we might have a couple more changes I'm not thinking about yet. And then, so we're gonna have to create a database table. We're actually gonna have to create two database tables. So right now, as an example, we have one for the heroes and we have one for the party, which is just the container for the heroes. So we're going to have the same setup here. We're going to have a monster table. And it will need ID. And we actually have a monster object over here that we can kind of match in the database. Maybe we'll do like we did with the heroes and not build all these out just yet, since we're just doing this initial test phase. Where'd it go? There it is. Name, level, and then I want to bring over HP and MP at a minimum so that we have what we need to display on that screen. And then once we get all of this working, we can pull all the rest of this in. It'll just, let's see. Hi, Emma. Doing good. Okay. Double check. How did I set up hero object? Is it kind of the same way right now? name level, player ID, class. So monster, anything that's generated in the monster table. We do have a little bit of difference here, and I need to think through how to set this up. So we're gonna have base monster objects, and those base monster objects will then be used to generate generated monsters. So each monster is not fully generated. It's generated based on a base monster and then some randomly generated modifiers. So in reality, we need a base monster table, and then this would be like the generated monster table. The monster table itself is like the generated monsters, and those will have a encounter ID tied to them, just like the heroes have a player ID. A monster is always going to be part of an encounter. So I think this is the right way to tie this back to the combat. So when I'm doing my data pool for the combat manager, the encounter, does it need player ID as well? Let me go look how I do that call right now. Let's see. Might help me think through how to do this. Right now I'm finding a combat, and let's look at the combat table to see how that data is stored. So I have a party ID, an encounter ID, and a player ID. So I think this will be okay. If those are the items I'm capturing over here, plus time elapsed, but that doesn't really link back to anything in the tables. The encounter ID should link it to the combat. So when I pull back the combat data, I should be able to use this ID to then pull the list of monsters into that encounter object. And this encounter ID will link back into the encounter table, because there's going to be multiple encounters generated when a dungeon's generated. So the dungeon's generated, so are the encounters, and then they're placed on the map wherever they're at. So that table stores where all those encounters are at. Yeah, I think this should be good. Good for now. We can always update later. Just try to think through this the best we can so that we don't have to redo too much. All right, that's created. Then let's create the encounter table. And that will have ID. And then it's just a list of front and back row. So from a database standpoint, what is the best way to do this? Maybe one entry per. So in the monster table, and I already generated that. Let me close that. each one of these monsters is unique. So even if we had 4 wolves, they're all going to have different entries. They might have different stats. I mean, there's going to be more fields than this once I build this out. These are just the ones so I can test getting everything set up. And those, so each one will have a unique ID. So really for over here, if we pull in the monster ID, and then the only other thing we need to pull in besides that is which row it's in the battle. Because the encounter is this idea of the group of monsters that are in the battle. So we need to know which ones are in the front and which ones are in the back row. So we can just have a column called row. And I don't know if I want it to be like a... This is fine. We can work with... We'll just type in front or back as far as what's in that column. That way, if I'm looking in the database later on, it's not confusing to know. I was thinking of using like a 1 or a 0, but then we run into that issue. Well, how do we know if 1 is the front or back row? So this should work fine. I think that's all we need. This will give us, if there's 6 monsters, there'll be 6 records in the table. And then each record will be one of the monsters and which row they're in. Now, as far as the front end and displaying it, we're going to have to figure that out. If there's more, right now, the way we have it set up, if there's more than 3 monsters in a row, it's going to overlap. So we'll have to figure out how we want that to actually work. For now, it can just be 3, kind of like a max, but in the future, I'd like to build this out where you could have more than 3. All right, so that'll pull, when I do that data pull, I'll pull all of them back based on the encounter ID, and then I'll just add them to the proper row list based on the row. So if it's in front row, add it to that list, the front row list, otherwise add it to the back row list. So that should be pretty easy to do in code. So this looks good here. And then we're going to have to create the encounter entity. Data. Come on, why is it running so slow? And then entity. Populate all the whoops. I think I just named it ID. Okay, that's one of the entities. Now we have the other one for monster. So kind of the same thing here. Let's jump over here, 'cause I don't want to miss any columns. That's not right. Counter right. Right? Okay. Looks good. Let's create the classes to call them out of the database, the repositories. So the first one will be encounter repository. These are pretty easy to set up. You just annotate them and you extend the Spring JPA repository. Now this always messes up in my code anyways, because I have a class called encounter for the RPC code. Oh, I did this wrong. Now I'm gonna forget this every time I do this, but I have to name them differently because my RPC objects are named what these are, but I need these separately for the database. So I'm putting DB on the end for the database classes. Okay. That's the base of that one. Monster repository interface. Repository. I need to import that. And it looked like it already removed the encounter database. Okay. Create a service to pull back, not party, counter service. So this is setting up the gRPC side of things. So we have a way to make the calls from Unity and get them back here. And we have to pull in the generated classes here from the proto files. And then we're going to need to pull in the repository. And we need to auto wire that in through the constructor. All right. And then we need to override the method definitions that we put in the proto files. So if we go down here to encounter, we made, at least for now, we only have one method call called get encounter by combat ID. So that's what we're overriding. And it's always a public void get encounter by, oh crap, I already forgot what I said. Get encounter by combat ID. And for this, we're going to pass in encounter by combat ID request. And then we spit out a stream observer. And in the brackets here, you put in what class you're returning. So it's an encounter response. And I need to have it import that. It's fine. Import stream observer. And let's throw a logging annotation up here. So we have logging. Let's just say getting encounter by combat ID and request.combat ID. I don't know why I put a space there. All right. That way we can just see the flow and the logs, make sure everything's running. All right. And then we need to create a combat or an encounter DB, encounter DB equals encounter repository dot find all by, and we don't want it to be ID, we want it to be combat ID. Did I include that in encounter? Don't remember. I think I need to rename this because what it's doing is finding it by the ID. That's all I need. I need the encounter ID. I don't need the combat ID. The combat ID already knows the encounter ID. Yeah, let's do that. I think that's a little messed up. So this is just going to read by ID. I want to rename this as well, otherwise it's confusing. we'll have to regenerate this so that we have the right methods defined. This is going to change to that. And then this is just going to become, this is going to change as well. Oh, I didn't change that in the, I think I missed a spot. Yeah, I did. This just needs to be ID. So get ID. This override should not have squigglies once this is done. I thought I changed that. Get encounter by ID. I might have to fix all my errors so this will compile, which is a little annoying. So this is going to read find. Learn to type. Find by ID. My goodness, sometimes my computer runs so slow that when I start typing it, this isn't all me messing up. It's my computer loading in between me typing. I know this says it's not compiling, but I'm pretty sure that's going to compile fine. Oh, that's not right anymore either. That looks better already, so it's getting there. Why is it mad? Required type integer provided along method. That's a long, which is what I want. So maybe I entered it wrong in the, not that one, this one. Oh, it's a long. Maybe it's wrong in the combat. It's a long there. Okay, wait. Let me go back and read that again. It requires an integer. That's not right. This should not be requiring an integer. So this repository is wrong. All right. That's fine. I would have expected that. And we can check for no. We'll do it the same way we've been doing it. Let me try to run this again. I think it's already generated all the classes, though I don't think that's an issue. So now we have the database object back. We're going to have to create those conversion. We've been creating to convert our database objects into our RPC objects, like our data transfer objects. We have to create these small conversion. Don't do that when I'm typing. Oh, okay. What's it getting mad about now? I thought I deleted that. I don't think there's an encounter by combat ID request anymore. Did I forget to clean? I did forget to clean. I wonder if that's causing issues. The clean should delete the target folder. Try that again. I'm just going to wait a second and let it finish compiling. It just takes a few seconds. Because apparently when I try to type while it's doing this, it just throws my typing wherever it wants. Oh, I do still have an error somewhere. Oh, well, it's just mad because my server's running. I think we're fine now. I know it shows that error, but I don't think that's an issue. It's just being dumb. All right, so we're going to create a conversion. So it's going to be private convert encounter db to encounter. Need to pass in an encounter db. And so we can return encounter dot new builder. This is something tied to the generated class, and we just need to set all the values. So we have, and actually we're gonna have to, I don't think we can return this. We have to create a couple lists first, right? A list of monsters, front row, mobs, and the same thing for the bottom, or the back row. And then we're going to need to loop through. Yeah, I didn't do this right. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What am I doing here? Find. Am I overthinking this? Wait a minute. All I'm doing with the encounter. No, this is right. There's going to be multiple. Encounter ID. I don't have any unique identifier right now. The way this is set up. I'm realizing that now as I'm building this out, that this isn't really set up right yet. Normally you have a unique ID that changes for every row in the database. We're going to create another field called encounter ID, which doesn't really match what I've been doing in some of these other ones. This is the first time I ran into this way. I don't know. I don't know that I need a unique ID. I don't know if it. I could do. Let's just do this. The ID field will become unique. But then the encounter ID can duplicate based on all the monsters. So let's do that. See, I realized I made a mistake because when you run this find by ID, it's going to return one monster object, but that's, or one row in the table, but that's not what I want. I want the list of rows, which needs to return a list of encounter objects, of encounter database objects. Let's just delete that. Can I put that there for now? So things compile. Now, because I added that additional field, I think this is still fine. The way that we send the data is fine. Although, let's name this to be more consistent, because we do have a field called encounter ID. Let's name it that way so we don't confuse ourselves. We might have to change some of the code. And this can be an issue as well. Oh no, this is fine, because this is tied to this up here. So you have an ID with a list of monsters in both of these arrays. This is fine for the data object, so this should be fine now after we made those small updates, just so it's not confusing on which ID field we're using. And we'll have to regenerate that again, so let's clean it. And install. And while that's running, we should at least be able to start looking at... So over here, we're going to have to add that new column. Name equals... Name equals encounter ID. Can I still make this a generated value? Well, no, that won't work right. It can't be generated. It has to be the same. Yeah, it's not generated. This has to be the same for every monster in that encounter. So, but it's still a long encounter ID. All right. That looks good, I think. Now in the repository, we're going to have to change. So the way it links up is fine, but we have to create a, and we can go over here too to do this correctly. Getting encounter by combat ID. Why is that one mad? I thought we already fixed that one. Oh, what the heck? Encounter. Let's close everything but this for now. Encounter. Oh, that's right. It's working. It's doing what it's supposed to do. I changed it, and it's telling me, hey, you changed this. I can't find this anymore. Okay. So, this part will actually end up being this. We'll just call it dBs. And then here, it needs to be find all by counter ID. And we need to pass that in. And let's see if it'll generate this on its own. If it doesn't, we'll have to go do it. Looks good. And then make sure it's not null now. This is a little better because now we have a list, which is what we needed down here to make this work right. We need multiple records, and each record is either a front or back row monster. So we can loop through these items now, and we can say if, or we could do a switch on encounter db dot row get row, and we'll have two cases, front or back. And we can do some type of error here. Not in front or back row, question mark. And then, so if it's in the front row, oh, excuse me. If it's in the front row, we want to say front row mobs dot add well, now wait a minute, this is just the ID. Okay, we're figuring this out, but we're gonna have to include, since these are kind of coupled together, monsters and encounters, we're going to have to include the monster repository, which we haven't actually done yet. Or did we? We did. We already have a monster repository. So we need to include that, and it needs to be included here to be wired up. And then let's see, up here before the switch statement. It doesn't matter, I don't think, if it's before the switch statement. But it's just a little cleaner this way. We have one line of code instead of two. Repository dot find by ID encounter db dot get monster ID. Is it saying optional? No, it's saying long. Why did these both generate with long or with integer instead of long? I wasn't watching. Apparently. Now it's saying optional. Oh, that's right. That's right. You are right. This is another issue here. We're converting, we almost need a double conversion here now. Getting slightly messy because I'm jumping back and forth between encounter and monster. So I have the monster database object, but my encounter data RPC object is going to need the RPC version of monster as well. So we need to do another conversion. And I don't want to write it in two spots. I don't want to put one here and also put one in the monster service. So I think we need to go generate the monster service next and at least build out this conversion for it. That way we have a way, and we'll have to make it, we're going to have to make it public in that class so that it's accessible here. I mean, these are all in the same package. So I could make it protected. Just so it's not as accessible. It's not a huge deal. I try to keep everything as protected as possible so that it's not accessible outside of where it's supposed to be. That's just a good coding practice. All right. So we already have the monster stuff. Let's create the monster service. And we want to include our logging like last time. We need to tell it that this is one of my gRPC services. And we need to extend the monster service class that was generated. And we're going to need the repository here. Maybe, I'm thinking through this now, the right way to do this, since I'm doing it this way, is to create a public method in here, but have it do the calls to monster. Maybe. I think that might be the right way to go. We'll see. So we need to auto wire the constructor. All right. And then let's do a public void get monster by ID. Not void though. It needs to be get monster. That monster, the one that transfers to the other side, by ID. And we can put in a long monster ID. All right, so this is what my encounter class will call. It will pull the monster back and do the conversion before it passes it back to the other class. That way we're keeping it a little cleaner over here. We can get rid of this because this one, if I'm keeping this as clean as possible, it shouldn't really be doing the monster database work. So right here, instead of this, it's going to be so instead of that, we'll have a access to the service, which is cleaner. Still not perfect, but I think it's a lot cleaner this way. That way the monster service itself is the one managing how it pulls that data. So if I need to change how to pull that data in the future, I don't want to have to change it in multiple locations. That's where I'm going at with getting at with this. So this will be monster service dot get monster by ID encounter db dot get monster ID. Monster. Required type monster DB. Nope. Now we don't need to do that part over here either. We do want the actual object. And then here we can put front row mobs dot add monster. Now it will work. We don't have to do any conversion on this side because it's already getting converted in that other class. And then once I have those added, I think, yeah. So I should be able to say dot set counter ID, which would be, I mean, I can grab, it's the same in all of these, so I can say get 0, and then I can do a front row, back row, all right, what's it mad about? What did I do wrong? I don't know what it's doing there. Do I have to set? I can't set the list? Let me look this up. I don't know. How do I set a repeated list object in my builder in Java for gRPC? How do I set a repeated list object in my build? I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if that was. Let's see what it says. Add all, or set. Add all front row mobs. Okay. Okay. It looks like that's working. All right. Now we didn't actually finish building out the monster side, so this won't actually run correctly yet. We need to do that. But we can come back up here, and what we were doing was what is this returning? This is returning an encounter object. So encounter equals convert encounter db to encounter. And I want to rename this to dbs. since I changed that to a list. And then pass that object in. And now I need to create the response object. So encounter response. Build it and send it. Okay. This one is done. Let me clean up these bad entries that we're no longer using the monster in this service. Cleaner this way. We're using the monster service to get data from the monster for monsters, but we're not actually generating the monster data ourselves in this class because that wouldn't make sense. Monster service is in charge of making monster data and getting monster data. Okay, so we're back over here at the monster. We need to make our conversion class monster convert monster db to monster, and we're going to pull in a monster db. And so up here we'll do a monster db getting monster by ID. Okay. And down here, I should just be able to do this way this time. Since I don't have a list. D. Oops. And then the monster name, our name. And then we had level. We don't have all of these yet set up. HP. All right, those are the base stats. That does the conversion. Can return convert monster db to monster db. Okay, we can actually use this in the regular call up here as well. The override. So let's go ahead and do that real quick so we don't forget to. I called this, I did not create one. All right, so we're going to need an RPC call. Get monster by ID. And it will be a monster by ID request. And it'll return a monster. Huh, I didn't include any of those. And for this, it'll just be monster ID. Actually, it'll just be ID. Stay consistent with my other naming conventions. And this will be a monster. All right. Right now I don't have any errors in my code, so let's do a quick regen of that. By quick regen, I mean like half a minute at least. All right, all the errors went away, so it's regenerated at least the classes. So now we should be able to override. It's a public void get monster by ID. Monster by ID request. Stream observer. Returning a monster response. And I can do get monster by ID request dot get ID. And then we've already skipped several steps there. Now we just need to create the response. Oops, without the space. Oh, I need to do this. I've been letting it auto-complete that for me so much, I don't remember what that is. Oh, it's my stream observer. That's what I meant to do. Yeah, so once I have the response, those are the two commands that kind of send it across the wires. All right, I think that one looks good. And this one should now work, and it looks good. Wants these to be final, that's fine. Okay. Let's just test run it and see what happens. Make sure we didn't mess anything up where it won't run. Okay, that worked. So, I think we have what we need on the back end. So let's go back into Unity now. So over here on the actually, we need to go back to the back end because I just thought what we were working on was we needed the combat object that got returned to have the data for the encounter as well. So, in here, how did we do that last time? So we included the party, which is get the party from the database. We're going to have to create, see right now I'm just nulling it, but what we want to do here is do the same thing. We want to use an encounter service, get encounter from database. So let's go into the encounter service. And we're going to kind of do like we did just a second ago for the monster. So we're going to create a public. It's going to return an encounter object. We'll call it get encounter by ID. And it'll send in an encounter ID. And we are going to pull, it says by combat ID. That's not accurate. Get encounter by encounter ID. That's how it reads. Okay, so we're going to pull both of these down here. Instead of request, this is just encounter ID. Come on. Okay, why is it mad? Similar log messages because I'm getting ready to delete that. This whole section will just read encounter equals get encounter by ID. This is where we'll read encounter ID. That's fine. This is all gonna get deleted in just a second. So we're getting the list back. We're making sure it's not null. And then we're doing the conversion. I don't know why I'm typing all this out because it's already up here. I don't have to redo. And actually I can just return this because that's my object. All right. That should work the same way. It looks a little cleaner. And now we have a way to pull this from the combat service. So we want to put or from the encounter service, I mean. So we want to put the encounter service in here. And now put encounter service dot get encounter by ID. Boom. Set party, set encounter. All right. Now it's working. So now we have all of the data in the combat object returning, which allows us, let's save this. Let's clean and install. And we have changed what protos here because we need to generate them on the front end as well, on the Unity end. We changed, I don't know, we might have changed combat. We changed encounter. We changed monster. Let's copy those three: combat, encounter, and monster. Once this is done. All right, what did I miss? Oh, it's just mad because it's running. I hate when it does that. I don't know. I don't get it. All right, so I'm going into my server, proto files, and I said I think we changed combat. I know we changed encounter, and I know we changed monster. So we're going to copy those three into the front end. That wasn't the right spot. Right here. Replace anything that's in there. And then at this level, we're going to run it on the combat class, or the proto class, proto file, proto buff file. And then encounter. And then monster. All right, those are regenerated with the new updates. So Unity should be crunching now a little bit. And it's going to get mad because there's two copies. We need to go in the clients folder, not clients, generated folder. And we need to delete combat gRPC, encounter gRPC, and monster gRPC. Those all need to be deleted because we just regenerated new versions, which dropped in the proto client folder. And I'm going to move those down. I might redo this so that all the generated stuff just dumps into this folder. This is an extra step I'm creating. I mean, it's not a long step, but okay. Those are there now. And the back end should be running. I didn't start it back up, but it shouldn't have any issues. It should start right up. Doo-doo-doo. Anytime, computer. All right. Server's running. Some of these are getting mad, but I'm sure it's because I just regenerated those classes and I probably have some stuff in here a little wrong. Yeah, this one's mad because this is encounter ID now. And what else? What else is it getting mad about? Nothing. Nothing is good. Okay, so over here, we need to create new clients for the new data objects that we've created here. So we need one for encounters. And some of these we might, like right now, the way I'm setting this up, the combat client is actually pulling this data back, but this is giving us the freedom if we need to pull this in a different way. I think that's important. Some of these clients might not be getting used currently, but I think they will in the future. Close that for now. Now I want to use this as a template for me to create this new one. Why did that? I mean, this one didn't generate that way. Guess it's not going to hurt anything. We're going to find out. It's probably better to have the namespace around there. But my other class, when I created it through Unity, I guess is the difference. And I just generated this through my IDE. We'll see. So we need to include that and import it. And then this needs to be encounter service dot plant. I don't like that. No, that's what it says is the. That's the way to do it. I don't like it. I just don't like it. Gosh darn it, it's my code. Okay, the host and the credentials are insecure because we're not worried about any type of security right now. And there's that defined. And then we have just one call right now called a counter response. Get counter IID, I think is what it reads. Long counter ID. And then this will just be a client dot get encounter by ID. New encounter by ID request. And that. Ooh, it is running slow. It is just, I don't know why. Sometimes it just takes almost a full second for anything to show up. Okay, so that one looks good. And we want to create a monster client. Next. And this is going to look very similar to the last one. Put that. Oh my goodness, come on. This will be monster service dot line. Be a monster response for this one. Get monster by ID. Monster ID. Turn clients dot get monster by ID. New monster by ID request. ID equals monster ID. Okay. That one's good. Should work. All right, so we have the two clients. I don't know that we need either one of those the way we have this set up right now, which is fine. Just wanted to make sure I generated them. And then here, so this new combat data object should now have the encounter data in it as well. And we even went a step further on this side as compared to the party and hero side, where we're actually passing the monster objects back rather than just the IDs. So that's why I'm saying the way I did this on this side, I might not need the monster or encounter clients, at least for this call, because that data is already included here that I need, which is good. I probably will do that for the party side as well after we test this and prove that it works fine. So let's go back to the panel controller now. So we should be able to finally do some more updates over here. So we have the encounter, and the encounter has a list of front row mobs and it has a list of back row mobs. That's the way we have it set up right now. So let's compare this to, this is still going to be very similar to this party panel controller. So let's drop this over here, because this will be similar. We need to put a reference to our prefab, because we're going to instantiate that. Every time that there's one in the list that we're iterating through. So we will do 4. Let me think here. We'll have to do 2 loops, one for the front row and one for the back row. But other than that, this is going to be very similar. So it'll be 4 counter uh, 4. What am I doing wrong here? Let me think. Um, I don't know if I have the syntax wrong or if my logic is wrong here. I keep flipping between Java and C#, messing with my head on some of this. Don't know. It's just syntax crap. I gotta remember how the loops for lists work in both. Okay. After that stumble, we should just be able to do game object instantiate monster component, and what did we call that? We called it front row transform. And then on this one, we want to do a get component, and I don't think we've defined this one yet. Let's do that real quick before we type this next section in. So we need to create, just like we did over here, a component to control the hero panel that gets created. We need one for monsters because it's going to look slightly different. So there might be different things that happen on it. So we want to create a different one for it. Can we do it this way? Call it monster component. Actually, let's call it, no, it's fine. That's fine. I'm overthinking things. Monster component controller. This needs to, hello. It needs to be a mono behavior. And it's gonna have a column for monster this time. We're gonna pass the entire monster object rather than passing an ID like we did for the hero. So this will be a public monster can't use the same value there. What do we want to call this? We want to call this just monster object. It needs to be a property. Wait, why isn't it finding that? I don't know why it didn't just automatically find it. I had to add the import the using statement. So it usually does that on its own, so it was confusing me. I want to do a I guess this can be set through this call as well. Is that how I had it set up on the because I'm setting it here. Let's see how I did that, and maybe it wasn't even the right way. I'm just curious now. Yeah, I have it set the same way. A getter and a setter. Which is fine, because the way this is set up, it does need to be defined this way. It's different if you're trying to make it where outside sources can't set something, but I do need my outside sources to set this up for this UI object, so that's right. That's all we need in there right now to continue on this part. So here, now we should be able to do a get component, and it's going to have that monster component controller on it. And in there, there's an object called monster object equals monster. So now we've set the full object already on it. We won't have to do an additional call in this monster component controller. So that should be cleaner and quicker over time. And that will do all of the monsters in the front row the way I have this set up. I still don't have any cleanup for when this runs more than once. We'll have to do that after we get this part working. That's probably what we'll do, because we want to be able to make updates. And when we make updates, we do not want it to create duplicates. That would be really messy really quickly. I mean, this should just be the same thing for the back row. So we need to do back row mobs instead of front row mobs. And down here, we need to make sure it gets added to the right vertical layout group container. Everything else there should, in theory, work. So we still have a lot of additional stuff that needs to happen with monsters. I know that. I know because I talked about how we're going to generate monsters, and that whole part's going to be separate from this. This is just to get the initial combat scene set up, and we can start playing with combat flow, like attacks, and then just start building that stuff out. If the enemy or the player wins, that kind of stuff needs to trigger. So that's kind of where I'm starting with this. And then I'll loop back and flesh out random generation on monsters, and that whole idea of having a separate table that stores a base monster first, and then the generated monster gets put in the table that we created. But that's a little bit down the road, at least in the steps I want to take. Not a long ways. I think we're ready to do a test. I'm sure I've missed something, but usually you have to start that test phase to figure out what it is. This namespace stuff that it's auto-generating for me is kind of screwing stuff up. Line 10 of Combat Manager. Let's close all. So we can do one at a time here. Oh, it's because I use the same name. Yeah, that's the same thing that I just ran into. I don't know why I used it that way. I do need to import that. Let's change this to combat info because it's not good coding to name an object the same as the class. And now because I did that, I don't have to do this, right? Or not. Why is it? Combat info. That's fine. That's returning to combat. All right. What else did I break when I just changed that? Since I always forget to tell it to refactor the right way. It's all right. I kind of like to see what pieces are hitting that right now. So it should be the party and the enemy panel controllers are the ones touching that object right now. And like I said, if this works pretty cleanly, I'm going to quickly change the party side so it kind of works the same way. It's sending the entire hero object and stuff over into that combat rather than the IDs. I think that'll be cleaner in the long run. And in combat, we still have this idea, and I haven't quite fleshed this out yet, but I need to, where heroes and enemies are both like sub or children of like a combat unit class, and that class is kind of what it'll loop through. So I need to define that, and I don't know if I need that on the Unity side or not. That might be able to be, since a lot of the combat logic will all be done on the server, I might not have to define that on this side. This is, for all intents and purposes, the Unity side is the UI. Let's put it that way. It's like the front end. All you can do is trigger interactions, but any logic should be run by the server if this is coded appropriately, because you don't want someone to be able to manipulate those values. If I end up making this a multiplayer game in the future, you don't want someone to be able to cheat by manipulating data values. All right, I'm going to take a quick break before we do the testing of the stuff we just added. But I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. My camera's all out of whack. How do I turn that off? Nope. Yep. Nope. That's better. Mostly. All right. We are getting ready to test this. Let's turn this off the screen. Okay. We need to delete the ones that are in here. First of all. And then we need to assign the panels, which I haven't created yet, but I should be able to just duplicate these. Oh, well, that didn't work at all, did it? Oh, it's not working because I still have the grid layout group. I need to delete that. That's right. Let's delete that and try that again. Okay, the front panel group for the enemies will be about there. And the back panel group will be about there. No science to that, was there? Maybe a little bit farther back. How's the front? That one's off by almost that whole mount. So let's do the same thing. It should be about there. And I don't think they're overlapping. So on the panel, we need to assign the front panel. We need to assign the back panel. And we need to assign the prefab for the component. Now we haven't actually done anything to this component yet, but when I run this test, we should get data generated based on how many is in an encounter. So what we also are going to need to do before this test, if we want to have any data up here, is put something in the database. Just hard code it for now. We don't have anything that'll actually create it through the code yet. So let's see. Let's close everything. I get too much stuff open and it just messes with me. So the encounter does not have any records in it yet. So let's make, and neither does a monster. So let's make a monster called Wolf, level 1, 5 hit points, 0 magic points, and it's part of encounter ID 1. Let's make another wolf. Let's say this one's level 2 with 10 HP. Part of encounter 1. And a large rat. Just to change things up. He's level 1. He'll have 4 HP. No magic. And what else can we add? We could do fairy. Let's call it an evil fairy. Level 4. 14 hit points, 10 magic points. Just to show that MP works on one of the characters more than anything. All right, we're gonna put the first three in the front row and the evil fairy in the back row. That's how we want this to look. So let's see if we can figure that out. So first we need to generate these items. And it's getting mad at me. I bet I don't have ID on auto increment, maybe? How about that? See, I've run into this before, so I know. Let's try that again. All right. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 on the monster IDs. So let's jump over into encounter. Now, like I said, the way this will work is we have 1 in the front row and encounter ID 1, and then we're going to have 2 in the front row. Encounter ID 1, 3 in the front row. Encounter ID 1, and then the fourth monster was that fairy. He'll be in the back row. Still encounter ID 1. So the code should pull back. Oh, same issue here. Alter table. Increment. Hi, Lilo. Hi, puppy. All right, now I should be able to do this. All right, so that should give us the data we need for this to populate. We should see 3 in the front row and 1 in the back row if everything works right the first time, although that never happens. Hey, yeah, this is pretty much from the beginning. We're building out a front and back end, so a lot of this is just getting defined right now. We're working through little pieces connecting from the front and the back end server. But we're getting there. Right now we're working on the combat scene, and we already got the heroes populating on the left side, and right now we're working on getting the enemies to populate on the right side of the combat screen here. And I don't have any graphics in place, so it's hard to see exactly what's going to happen, but this is, think like a 2D Final Fantasy type RPG, like the older style. And that's what this is going to look like on this scene. All right, so let's push play and see if we did everything right. Okay, so right off the top of my head, we knew the data on the actual tabs wasn't going to update yet, so that part's fine. Let's see how many enemies it generated, even though it's not placing them correctly. So it looks like it only created one. It only created one so far, which isn't what we're expecting. So we might have to do a little bit of logging, and I might clean up some of our old logs that we're not using anymore. Oh, we did get a null reference exception, so that's why. I'm just looking through the logs here. So on Enemy panel controller line 2029. So we're trying to assign a monster that is not. Is that the issue? So we've already instantiated the object. Did we not assign the monster component controller to the... That might be it. I don't know if we assigned the new component we created to that prefab. Let's stop that. And I'm going to look, let's look real quick. So we know this initialization stuff is working okay. We figured that out in the last session. So let's turn off, let's just comment these out for now on the enemy and the party panels to get rid of a few debugs there. We'll leave one of these on just to show that when it's finished loading the data. What other debugs did we have? Which ones are useful to me right now? Oh, it's going to delete because it rebuilt. The hero component controller. Let's turn off these debugs, because those are going to run for every hero, so that's creating a lot of extra stuff. Right now, while we're testing, we don't need to see anything except what we're working on. All right. Now, I want to check if on that prefab, if I added the monster component object. I bet I didn't. I bet that's the issue. So I need to add monster component controller. Now it should find it when it instantiates and tries to find it through the get component call. Let's try this again. Let me save it first. I haven't changed a lot on the editor, but enough that I don't want to lose those changes if something locked up on me. Hey, we're getting a lot closer. Now we're having some weird stretching, but I think I remember fixing that on this side. I think there was just a setting I needed to change. I thought when I copied these from there, it would copy those settings, but maybe those settings were somewhere else. So let's look at that next. I can probably even look here. So let's see I don't want to change it yet. I just want to look and see what's set. So on this layout group, control child force expand height. And then the objects themselves, did they have anything set? I mean, besides their values. Button. I think I did that on that one too. The monster components also have a button. Set at the left top. What about these? Left top. I'm just looking between the two to try and figure out what's different. Because what would that be? Like the background image, I think, isn't stretching. Everything else seems to be sized right, though. Although, you can see on this one, it's filling. It is filling the whole. Although, so that's the back row. And there is a child for its expand height, but I think it's also on the party side. It does that. Middle center. Let me stop running it and look a little bit here. Everything on these should be copied the same across because I copied those items. What I didn't copy was these components. So is there something different between these two components? There is. There's an image on this one. There's a button on this one. If I just remove this, what happens? Well, we got rid of the blue thing, but what didn't we set to make the background? Is that just, it's just not set on the button level maybe? Target graphic. Sure doesn't look like it's set any differently between the two, does it? The hero has 255 on the normal color. So does the monster. Maybe it's the, okay, so when I go inside here, I have these extra components. I have the background. I bet this is what it is. So I need to create a background image that's scaled to be right around this section. And everything else needs to be inside. So the background, that doesn't look right either. So we need a new image. We'll just call it background. And let's give it a shade of red since this is an enemy. Something light because I want to be able to read the text. And then it'll go like that. And it needs to be behind everything. And then this thing is all out of whack. I did not want it to be that big. I want it to be right here in the corner. And then the name needs to be up here in this corner. Maybe maybe do this and then center it vertically. For now, I don't want to spend too much time on this because none of this is staying in the final game. But then for this, I thought I had a background color, but maybe because I don't have a source sprite, it's not doing anything. I don't see it at all. Oh, it's because I think it might be because it need to be above the background layer. No, that didn't change anything either. says it's an image. I don't think I even need to assign an image. What the heck? What am I missing there? That one doesn't have anything assigned and it's showing up just fine. What if I move this out from behind there? Nope, it doesn't have any color. I'm deleting that and recreating it. I don't know what setting I screwed up in there, but call this level background. And I just want this to encompass that like that, and then it needs to be here. Something like that. I mean, the level should fit that same size, and then we'll center it both ways. And what color do we want that to be? How about yellow? How bad would that look? That's fine. That's kind of the look for the monsters. If the level they are is in the corner there. And actually what I can probably do is set that color to a programmatically so that if it's like an even fight, it should be like green. If it's a hard fight, it could be red. If it's just a little hard fight, it could be yellow. A lot of different MMOs and other games similar to this use that coloring scheme. Like a blue would be slightly lower level, green would be way easy, white would be even. Yeah, I like that. Let's put that in a to-do once we start setting this up. To mention that's what we want to do with the coloring. Yeah, that's what I wanted to open. So in the start, we're gonna call public void update monster. And this is where we might need that new monster client because, oh no, this is just updating the UI. This isn't actually updating the monster. By the time it gets here, the monster object itself should already be updated. I think. The way we'll just have to, we'll have to make sure that the monster object gets updated and then this is called after it's updated. So anytime like the monster takes damage, for example, this object needs to be updated, whether it's automatically referencing the right object already or otherwise we need to reassign it through whatever code we set up, and then it needs to trigger this. And we could probably do some of this through events, event handling. So on the combat flow, it could be, we could tell it every loop through combat, if an action happened, then just trigger a UI update and just all the different UI panels should update. That way, in case anything changed, all of those update and I have to create one update handler that they all listen to. And I mean, we could get more complex there if performance becomes an issue. on that event handler, it could pass an object that says what was updated, and then the code inside of the event handlers, the listeners, could say if this is something changed that's tied to me, then I can update, otherwise I won't. I don't think we're going to have any type of performance issues with this game. It's not full 3D rendering. This is a 2D game with very basic structures, so the only thing that might slow this down is the networking stuff. So yeah, we might still have to think about that for some of these calls, because every time we run an update, it might also have to run lots of RPC calls. So we'll be cognizant of that. Okay, so we're gonna have to create in this file. We need to put references to all the text fields within that box. So we have a text mesh pro GUI, UGUI. Import that. Monster name. And let's just copy that, because we have a few more. We have one for monster level. And we have one for monster HP. And we have one for monster MP. Whoops. Let me double check. I think that's all we got. 1, 2, 3, 4. For now, we have 4 entries that need to be updated. So down here, we'll say monster name dot text equals monster object dot name monster level dot text equals monster object dot level, and it needs to be 2-string because it's getting mad. Monster level dot not level HP dot text equals HP, and this is we don't have separate HPs yet. We'll have to do that in a future update. Probably not real far in the future either, because once we start actually doing combat flow, combat loops, I mean, we're going to need a way to update their HP. But for now, we're going to show base HP on both sides. And the same thing for the magic. All right. And then we just need to call this. Right now, all we're doing is calling it one time when it starts. All right, let's test this again. I think we're pretty close. Save the scene as well so we don't lose any changes here. Fingers crossed that I got this step working. Okay, close. We're not getting the names. We're not getting anything in the data. The layout and the look is right. I mean, if I'm being really picky, I want a little bit of margin up here on the top. But that's probably also an issue over here then, because I copied those directly. Let's see. Is our data objects? So let's see if we can figure out how to do a debug again. Let's try to attach. And we want to stop it right here. I don't know if I have. Where else was I doing this? I was doing it in the Combat Manager the other day. This one. I'm going to turn those off. I only want one I just set to appear. Let's close all tabs. Attach to Unity Editor and play. I want to see if that object is coming back with data. If it's not, then the server side might be our issue. We're not populating something correctly. And where I set my breakpoint is the point that we start populating the data on that UI. So by then it should have reference to that data. So I mean, I feel like this is leading to the back end having an issue probably. All right, what's going on? Why didn't it? Didn't know I had to click it. It doesn't pop up. I have to remember to click over and click that enable debugging session. Eight errors and 2 files. What does that what does that mean? I don't know what that means. But it is running. We're in. So we have the game object. And we can figure out where to find our monster object. Oh, this is the monster controller. That's what I want. There's the monster object, and it does have data. Okay. So what did I do wrong? Oh, I know what I did. I did not set the references on the editor. That's a newbie mistake. I'm sorry. I still make those mistakes, even though I've done this a lot. All right. So over here, we got all these references and they say none, and they need to be linked back to the proper spots, or the proper text fields, I should say. I could have looked at the console down here and realized this if I would have looked correctly. That was not. All right, let's save this again since we just made changes in the editor. And try again. There we go. All right. So we have our list of heroes on the left side, the list of enemies on the right side, and they're set up correctly. So the three that were in the front row object show up correctly over here, and the fairy was by himself in the back row. All the data that I've stored so far looks accurate. The level is this big number, at least the way we have it set up right now for this side. I just wanted to set this up a little differently just to show the uniqueness between the two, maybe. Okay, so now we have, let's do that quick update I mentioned on the party where we have a front row list and a back row list instead of all those additional fields in the database. I think that'll be cleaner. And it'll also allow the data to all come over in one rather than be called separately in those components. We're making 6, if there's 6 heroes, we're making 6 additional RPC calls rather than just one RPC call for all the data in a bundle. So back on the server side, what this will end up doing, let me close all this. So what we're going to be working on is the party. So right here, you can see we have each position in the party broken out into a separate record. And it's that way in the database as well. So we can look at the database too here. So this is the way we set it up, but we want to set it up like we did the encounter. So if you go into encounter, we have a monster ID, which will be the hero ID for this, and then which row they're in, and that way. So each hero will be a different row in the table for the party. And I think that will work cleaner because there can be, we don't want to lock ourselves down on how many can be in any row or in any position. And maybe we want to add, like I said, a summoned character later on that summons into an additional spot that's not coded this way. So let's clean this up now before we get too far in and it gets harder. Let's put it that way. So we're going to alter this table. And we are going to delete all of that. And we're going to have a row, which is front or back. And we're going to have a hero ID. And that is a number. I didn't mean to create that last one. Hero ID, player ID. And then this ID doesn't really mean anything. Or does it? Is that the, well, the player ID is kind of like the encounter ID in the other one. So the player ID, you need an ID column to make each row unique, but the player ID will have however many tied to that party. And then the hero ID in the row. All right, so we change that. So let's go ahead and change it. So ID, player ID, row, hero ID. Change this in the party database. all of this went away. We added a column for hero ID. And that should be a long. And then we added a column for row. And right now that's just a string, back or front. And we'll probably set up a constant and an enum to manage that. So that we don't mess up and type a lowercase or something and it doesn't trigger. Okay, and then we also need to change the proto, get rid of all this here. And a party will contain a player ID, the party ID, which, do we even need it? I don't know, but it is part of the object. And then we need, I don't think we need that. I don't think that's useful to me. Unless I create a way where there's more than one party per player, and I don't think that's going to happen. So we're going to have a repeated hero, front row, heroes. And then we're going to have a repeated hero, back row, heroes. And I think that's all we need. I think that matches. We can compare this to the encounter. Yeah, so we had the same setup for encounter. We had front and back row repeated of the object type. And then the encounter ID for that one. For this one, we just need the player ID. Will work because there's only one party. The only reason this works this way is because there's only one party per player, whereas there's multiple encounters in a dungeon. That's why we had to. Otherwise, we could have done player ID on the encounter as well. All right. Now that I've confused everyone. And I want to name this. Yeah, that's still correct. I don't think I need to change that. We completely changed that part, so we're going to have to change that code. I don't think that'll take too long. This is good. Now, what about the repository? Did I add anything? Find by, this is going to have to be find all by player ID. And this will be a list party DB. Yeah, I think that's right. So the repository is good, the database is good, the proto is good. Now we need to fix the service real quick. This is going to mimic the encounter service. We might have to generate this because we're breaking stuff left and right. Let's generate it real quick. Although it's going to get mad at us, but will it? I think it'll still generate the new classes before it breaks. We didn't change the override, so this should be correct and what it's asking for should be correct, but the way we're populating the data object is not going to be correct anymore. And it's going to have to be similar to what we did over here. So we need get a party. So public party, get party by player ID. That's named the same as my other. Did I do that over here too? Get encounter by ID, get encounter by ID. I did. That is a little confusing. Although one does have the capital. Okay, so I need to pass in the player ID down here. And then I'm going to move some of this down. So this can be moved down. And then this is just player ID now. And then the way that I'm doing this search is changing. So instead of party DB, we're getting back a list of party DB. So we'll say party DBs. Let's import that. And then the party repository, find all by player ID. Okay, so that can be deleted. And we can get rid of that. I don't remember what this call was for. But our conversion's going to have to change now too. So this will be party equals get party by player ID request.get. So that's all we need in the RPC call. And then down here, and the one we're generating, so we have the list back. And to convert this into the party object, we just need to say return convert party DBs to party. And we're passing in the list of database entries. And it's mad because this doesn't currently pass in a list, but it does now. And we need to change that to match. And then this is all going away. We're going to redo that. So up here, we need to create we're going to have to call the service like we did on the other one. Because we're going to go ahead and populate the hero objects now. We're not doing that in a different call. So to do that, we're going to pull this in. And then here, let's Let's comment this out because I don't even remember where that's being used, but that'll let us know because it'll get mad now. All right, so convert party. Oh, no, that was the wrong one. That one's fine. This one I wanted to comment out to figure out where it was coming from. Okay, so we need to, similar to what I did up here, we're going to create a list of hero for the front row. Same thing for the back row. And then we need to loop through the, my bad, not that, party DB. And in here, we'll go ahead and pull the hero service dot get hero. I have to create a method for this. All right, let's do that. So we want to say get hero by ID. That's what it should read. Public hero get hero by ID. And we're just going to pass in the hero ID. And for this to work, we need to do the database first. So hero DB equals hero repository dot get find by ID, or else no. And then assert, since I don't know that that's populated. And then we're going to create the hero object by converting the hero DB to hero. Pass that in. And we can actually just return this. I don't know, like when I can't delete this, I don't understand this editor sometimes. I guess it's because I'm selecting that. It's just annoying sometimes. Okay. That should be good for that. And I can even take some of this out up here if I wanted to. These top 3 lines can now just read get hero by ID. Oh, that's the create. That's right, I have additional calls on the hero right now, even though I'm not using them all. We'll just leave it at that for now. We'll refactor this later. Hero equals hero service dot get hero by ID party db dot get hero ID. All right, and now I can go into a switch statement like I did before, and it'll be party db dot get row, and then we'll have either a front or a back option, and then default is if something went wrong. I'm going to change that to say hero. And break that one. And then up here, we're adding it to the front row heroes. Down here, we're adding it to the back row heroes. And then we can do our builder differently now. So we need to set the party, set the player ID, sorry. And it can be any of the rows. They're all going to be the same. And then the front row heroes, that's not how to do it. That's right, it's not at all. Front row heroes and back row heroes. Okie dokie, that looks better. So now the party objects are coming back with the actual heroes embedded. And now we need to figure out what I did up here. Get party by player ID. Convert party DBs to party. I'm passing in a list. Oh. Duh. Okay, so doing that. And then up here, it should be saying get party by player ID. And then it runs through the response. Now, where is this being used? Get party from database. Let's stop the code. Is anything using that, or was that just some data that I threw in there and never used? I don't see any squiggly lines saying I have an error. So let's do a clean install to see if this works. If it does, we need to transfer just the party proto over to the front end to regenerate it, because that's the only proto buff file we changed. We were always passing a party object into combat, but the party object itself has changed. So party changed. All right, there's where it was calling. So convert combat DB to combat. Get party from database. Can I just use the one I just made? Oh, no, that's party ID. Do I have player ID? I do have player ID, but it keeps trying to populate it that way. All right. I think that's better to use player ID in this instance. Now I can clean up that code. And here, we don't need this anymore. I think this is going to be much cleaner. And we'll go ahead and finish this out. And then we want to copy. We need to copy the proto file now. replace that file. Let's go ahead and start the server, make sure we didn't break anything. And we're going to have to change a few things on the Unity side as well, because we just changed what was available. So as soon as we regenerate this proto file, it'll break whatever code we need to update, which is kind of good in a sense. We know exactly where we need to make updates to make this work. Okay, server is running. Now in Unity, I need to generate the party protobuf file. And then delete the old one. Once it allows me to. Yes, I know you're going to get mad at me. Okay. This is already happening so much I probably should take the time to fix this where it's generating straight into this folder. Okay, now should be able to see what's broken. So everything tied to the front, of course, is broken. So let's open and compare the combat enemy, since this is the one I'm using now, this setup. Compare that to this one, because I'm going to update the party panel section to look like this. So you can already see how this was cleaner in this sense as well. I mean, think about if I had to loop through these objects. Because they're set up as separate entities, there's not a really easy way to do it. So I really didn't like the way I had that set up. Party dot front row heroes. And then in here, we're going to do the game object. Is that what it was called? I think it was. And that needs to be the front row transform is where that's defined. And then we're going to have to change this as well in the hero component controller. Instead of a hero ID, we want this to be hero info, an actual hero object. Jump back over here. So we want this to read, we want to get the component, the hero component controller dot or hero info equals hero. And then we just need to copy this for the back row. Make sure it actually goes in the back row. Alright, that looks way cleaner. I like it. Now the hero component controller needs updated. So we're going to completely get rid of this mess. This is already all done. We already have the data, which is way cleaner. So we don't need an IEnumerator in here anymore. We don't need the update function. And we don't need that because the hero info itself has what we need. Okay. Is that everything, or am I missing something? I think that's everything. The client didn't change. I said I kept the party requests, the method name, and the request and response objects are both named the same. Just the contents of the party object changed. So we should be good there. I think we're good to try to test this and see what happens. Our hope is that it looks exactly the same as it did before we made the updates, because really all we were doing was changing the logic behind the scenes. The UI portion should still look the same in theory. All right, let's see what we did. So we actually got a network error. Let's look at the server. I bet we got a blow up in there. Return value of party db.getHeroID is no. Oh. It's trying to pull the data from the database, and we didn't add any new data to the table the way we set it up. I mean, there'll be better validation checks when the actual game's running, and this data would be generated by the game. But right now, we're manually generating data to test. And I don't think we have any test data in the new party table. We do not. Okay, so let's create some. So let me double check my hero table to see what IDs we have in there. So we have IDs 1 through 6 in the hero table. Let's try to set this up like it would actually be set up. So heroes 2, 3, and 4 should go in the front row. Let's say. And then let's say the back row should be 1, 5, and 6. So we'll do front 2, front 3, front 4. So 2, 3, and 4 heroes in the front row. The back row will be 1, 5, and 6. So we'll use all the heroes I have in the database. There'll be 3 in the front row and 3 in the back row for 6 total. Now, I don't even think I have to restart the server because that was a database issue, a data issue. Stop this and rerun it. All right. The thief, the barbarian, and the fighter in the front row. The wizard, the priest, and the mage in the back row, just like we wanted. All right, so we are getting things set up. Now the HP and MP are 0, but they might be that way in the database. Let me double check. I don't remember if I did that in the database yet. Let's look real quick. Yeah, see, I don't have HP or MP in the database yet when I was working on this testing, so that's fine. We weren't expecting anything there yet. Okay. Let's see what I guess let me add. So we need to add the additional, now that we're getting the characters to show up, what I'd like to do next is start a combat loop. And then we can start showing visuals on the screen somehow to show when one enemy or one player is taking their turn. I'm thinking maybe like an action timer, some kind of like a bar that fills up either across their entire bar might work good, or their entire box, I mean. And then when it's full, it triggers and they get to take an action. I think that might work good for regular attacks. And then we'll have to think, I mean, this is after that step's working, we want to think through how to trigger actions, or how to trigger like spells and skills, I mean. So let's say I click on the priest character. They should have a list of their available spells down here that I can click. And then if I click one and do whatever it says, like I either have to select a target, or if it's not a targetable spell, then it might just automatically trigger. But when I click that, then what happens? Do we have like a spell cast timer pop up where then you have to wait for the spell to cast? I think that's probably what I want. I don't want it to be instantly cast, I don't think. No, because like a more efficient healing spell will have a longer cast timer. So you have to think ahead. Like you need to start casting it when someone's only half HP. Even though it'll heal more than that, you're trying to think ahead of time. Yeah, I think that's what I want for that. So when they cast a spell, they're going to click the button down here. And as soon as you click that spell, it overrides the normal regular attack action timer and it starts a new casting timer. And the casting timer will go on once it's full, then it casts the spell. And then once that spell's done casting, it will revert back to the normal action timer at the bottom. And once it's full, it does a normal attack. So all of the characters when combat starts will just do like an auto attack feature. As long as they have someone they can target. So I haven't determined yet how I want the back row to work. Can the back row attack if they don't have a ranged weapon? I haven't decided yet how I want that to work. So the back row might like auto defend if they can't find a target. If they can find a target, they should auto attack. If they can't, maybe they auto defend. That's like game design more than the programming side of things, but I want to think through this as I'm developing. Okay, so let's add, I think the next step is to add the additional columns we need in both the enemy side and the hero side. So we have like attack and defense on both sides here. We have, of course, we have HP and MP. We need current HP and current MP on both sides. And eventually, I'm not going to do it on this step, but eventually we're also going to be able to modify these stats. So if a hero equips a sword or a piece of armor, it should modify their stats on top of their base stats. That'll be a little bit farther down, but that's another step that we'll do to incrementally build out the details. Okay, so let's start on the database layer. And actually, I have a lot of this already built out on the RPC layer. So let's also pull that up. I remember doing that. So the hero I've already got built out with. These are kind of like some base stats. Now there's a couple more that we're going to need. We're going to need, so I have base HP and base MP, but I don't have like current HP anywhere in here. So let's do current HP and current MP. Whoops. New integer type, int 33. All right. I think that's enough. We have defense. We have low and high damage. We can just set some base numbers on this for now. Even though there's no like, normally this would be completely modified by whatever type of weapon is equipped. These three for sure. But right now we'll just manually make numbers based on what type of player, what type of character they are maybe. We don't care what the numbers are. We really just want to see that the combat flow and the coding works like we expect. So I think those are the fields we need to do this next step. So we're going to alter the hero table and add a whole lot more here. So we have level, class, and name for the hero and the player ID. Everything else isn't here yet. So let's do base strength, base agility, base intelligence, base endurance, base willpower, base speed, base HP. I don't have that yet for the hero side. Base MP, and then current HP, current MP, low damage, high damage, attack speed, defense, resist, block, I do have, so this is the equipped items. We're definitely not that far yet, so we're going to leave that out. And I do have a flag called deleted. I already have that up there, so we're good. All right. Let's apply that. Let's add these to the hero database in the code now. Let's try, let's just for grins, see if I can connect this to my database and see if I can generate this. I've done this before, but it's been a little while. It's not that hard though. Let's see. I just need to hook up to my, right now I'm just using root. Oh, I don't know what my password is. Guess I can try something and see if it works. Database is strategy RPG. Let's test the connection. All right, let's download driver file. Sorry. All right. What the heck is my password? I think I just used something really basic. I should be able to get it out of the property since I'm just setting them that way right now. So let's check. I don't care if anybody sees this because you guys can't connect to my server. I used my name 123. Okay. Talk about a really complex password there. All right. So let's edit this. How do I edit the one I just created? There we go. Type in that password. Yes, you can close all connections that were unsuccessful anyways. That succeeded. All right. Can I generate this class? So I need to find the table, hero, and I should be able to see all the columns that I just made. I should be able to create an entity from the database. Yes, I want every single column. And the target package is .entity. Class name is HeroDB. Okay, we'll see what happens. Although it's got these all, I mean, these are all integers, but what about the, see how it says integer? I guess once I do this, though, I can fix those pretty quickly. So let's see what this does. Let's take a chance and just say, okay. All right, that'll save me some time. How did it change the ones on top? I bet it did. No, they still say long. Well, I think that's what I had. Did I have the generic long or did I have that long? I think it needs to be that long, at least for the ID. I think that worked really good. I'm gonna go ahead and change this one too. I think that's a standard usually when you're creating a database entity. These should all be the non-generic forms, since some of this stuff could come back null. It even knew that deleted was a Boolean, even though it's a tiny int in the database. So that's neat. Okay, cool. That helped save us some time. So let's do the same thing with monster then. Go ahead and close this out. Close this out. We're going to have to add a lot more test data too, based on what we just did, but we'll do that in a second. We want to alter the monster table next. Let's jump over to the, this should be very similar to the hero. I made it that way on purpose. I want the same information in both of them for the most part, except for like equipment should be different. That's only like stuff that's specific to a hero should be different, but other than that, all these other values should be the same. Okay, so we have, so far we already have name, level, HP, MP, and encounter ID. And I want to name this, I'm going to change this to base HP to match how it is in the database, or I mean how it is over here. And let's see what other ones. So we need all the attributes. So this is a new one that's tied directly to enemies. This one too. Well, kind of. Actually, XP will be something that heroes need as well. I guess I don't have that on there yet. I'll have to add that. Just block. Did I add current HP yet? No. Current HP. Current MP. All right, let's apply that. Let's go back into the hero and add XP if I don't already have it. Oops, I didn't do that right. I don't think I did. All right. And let's refresh the database, and it should show us more than 6 columns. It should show us all of them, and it did. And we should be able to create APA entity. It knows it's MonsterDB, which is good. Okay. Long. All right, that looks good. And then in the hero DB, let's just add that last one we just added. We don't need to regenerate it when we only added one field. We added an XP field. We added an XP field, so we need to add it here as well. Was XP already here? Yeah, it was. Okay. Updated the proto files, updated the database files. Now, I really need to figure out how to generate these conversion things faster too, because this is an extra step that takes a little bit of time. So down here, we're having to set all these. AI chat. How smart is this? Should we see? Oh, it's not free. I'll just use ChatGPT. Let's see if ChatGPT can figure this out for me. It's not that I don't know how to do it, it's that it'd be nice if it would, if I didn't have to do this on my own. But if it takes me longer to get ChatGPT to do it, then I'm not saving any time. I'm gonna give ChatGPT a copy of the hero DB file and a copy of the hero gRPC file and see if it can make this conversion for me. Just for fun. I know how to do it manually, but if I can make this do it faster. Or if I can get the code completion stuff to do it too. I mean, there's probably a way. I need to just research a little bit. But I'm going to try this way first. So I need to grab generated class for, that's one of them. And then the other one is here. All right. I'm going to show you guys where I've got it right now so you can see if this works too. So this is what I'm asking it to do. Maybe I'll put, it should look similar to this example. In case it doesn't know the format I want. I mean, it doesn't have to be the format I have, but this might help it understand what to do. Just paste that snippet into. All right, let's see. Let's see if we have any luck. Oh, did I give it the compiled code? Maybe I did. It looks like the uploaded class files. Oh, I did. Did I give it class files? I did give it class files. All right. What's it saying besides that? Yeah, it just wants me to upload the Java files, which is what I meant to do, and I was just. All right. This is the Java for Hero. And I need to get out of the target folder for the Java on the entity. All right. Did I regenerate? Ooh, I don't know if I did. Let's do that real fast. So this hero.java might not be accurate anymore. I don't think I regenerated them. After I made all those changes. Which actually, the proto file wasn't that different. It was a little different. But I did have most of those fields already in the proto files. I just didn't have them in the database. But there were some updates, so let's just make sure we get them all. Okay, now let's add hero from the target. Target generated sources, protobuf, hero. All right, hero DB and hero. There they are. Tell me what you can do, ChatGPT. Why didn't that work? Unknown error. Why can't you use my hero file? Let's try that again. Sometimes it's just dumb. There we go. All right. Let's see if it has any more luck with Java files instead of the class files, which I did not mean to attach. This is cleaner than what I was coding because it's checking for nulls and assigning data appropriately. It looks like it said everything. Just, I mean, at first glance. So we're setting. It's doing it slightly different here, but that shouldn't matter. It's just creating a builder object, setting it all, and then returning it. I mean, that's fine. I think it's good. Setting all the database objects. All right. I don't know that that saved me any time on this one since it took me so long to figure out initially, but we also have to do this on the monster object, so I bet that one will go faster. So let's change that. I didn't notice if it messed with my method name. I don't think it did. Nope, I just did the wrong one. Let's undo that. There's two converters, and I'll have to do this in some of my other classes. So when you're updating or saving a new one, you have to convert the other direction. You convert from the gRPC object to a database object before you can save it. So that will save me some time. So let's just do that right now. Let's say, can you also convert this the other direction from hero to hero DB type? Let's see if this works. Convert hero to hero DB. So you have a new hero DB and then you set all those elements. All right. I think it even named it the same as what I have already. Look, I think that was faster than I could have done manually for sure. Now let's do the monster the same way. Since there's so many fields in here, we don't want to have to type all that manually. Can you do the same conversions for these new data types? Wait, maybe I shouldn't be that generic. The monster and monster DB data types. And then we need to attach them. So monster is one. And then monster DB is the other one. Let's see if it does both at the same time. Good job, good job, ChatGPT. I love it. Okay. Which one was that? Convert DB to monster. So that's the one I've already got. Okay, so it messed up slightly here. What is this? Let's just set name. And this is, you know what? I don't know if it messed up. Maybe Maybe I have some discrepancies between these two. Let me look at the monster proto real quick. Is it HP or is it base HP? It's base HP. I thought I did rebuild those files though. I regenerated them, I mean. I don't know. I don't know why it messed up a little bit here. It's still easier just to fix the few mess ups. I don't know what that is. I don't know that I have encounter ID. That might just, so some of the fields don't translate between the two, and maybe it's confusing it. Duplicated code fragment. Where? Well, that's in a different class, dude. It's okay. Okay. I think it's fine now. I think those couple of fields were kind of wonky. And oh, wait a minute. We have two duplicates. So it did find base, but somehow I bet I don't have these named the same between the two and it confused it. So I have it named base HP and MP in the proto file, which means it's also that way in the gRPC file. But I bet in here I don't have it named that way. I don't. See this? You gotta be. I mean, it didn't do anything wrong. I need to update this to be named correctly and it would have been just fine. These two actually go away because I see the other two down here. And then is there a current HP and MP? So it actually didn't do anything wrong. I did. I had entries in the entity table for HP and MP. And then they got duplicated when it added the base HP and base MP. So see, it found an error I didn't even realize I had. Now this is wrong because I just did that. It was trying to match it back to the other one. But I fixed it. We are good now. Well, let's see if it did the other one right, but the other one's probably going to be a little off too because of the same issues, if I had to guess. For better structure, you can place both pairs into a mapper utility. That's okay. The way I have it now, this is all stored in the services related to the objects. So thanks, ChatGPT, but not today. Maybe later it might clean things up a little bit. Okay, we don't even have this yet, so I can just paste this in. And of course we knew this stuff was gonna mess up. And this is the same issue, I'm sure. Like how it says monster name, it's probably because it's named wrong on one side or the other. And the same with this. This should be, I bet I already have HP. Do I have base HP? I do. See, base HP. So these can just go away. I don't need encounter ID. That's only stored on the database level. I think that's good now. All right. Saving time. Work smarter, not harder, is what they say. Once I get into more of a rhythm on using that kind of stuff, it'll help. Okay, let's see if I broke anything. Let's push play. I feel like There's such a slim chance that everything I just did didn't break something. I can't see your chat, guys. I gotta pull it up on this other screen. If there is any. There's not usually. There's 0 compilation errors. That's good. And it started. We did not break anything. We generated the database classes, and then we also generated the conversion methods. We'll have to remember that as we go forward, that's quite a bit quicker. So we can just create our proto files. We still have to manually create those, of course, because we need to know which fields we want. But then once we do that, and then we still have to manually generate the database, I think. I don't know. There's probably a ways to at least create scripts for that too. But there's always some additional fields that I need to think through, like linking relational database type fields for foreign keys and stuff. All right. I need to do the little pull where we flip the protos over to rebuild them, regenerate them. Yes, I need to make this a better setup as well, I know. I did try to run all these at the same time, and I couldn't get it to work the last time. So that, to me, that would be the right way, just to pull all of these, dump them over there, and even that part I can probably automate, and then run the proto command line tool on every single one, and make them all regenerate over the top of the old ones is really what I need to do. But it didn't work for me last time, and I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm saying I couldn't figure it out last time, and I didn't want to spend too much time on it. I guess one thing we can do here, so let's try to, at least when we get the files over here, let's see if we can remove that one step. Let's make the generated files dump into this folder. Let's try to anyways. So let's look at the prompt here. So it's running strategy main party C# out equals client, grpc out equals client. So I think that is where I need to change it to read. So we're going up one directory. I gotta look at the directory structure so I don't screw this up. So we're starting in this folder. It was normally just dumping into client, and that's why it reads client. But I wanted to go up one folder from here. So let's go up one folder. And then I want it to go into the scripts folder. So scripts folder. And then networking folder. And then RPC folder. And then generated. And I don't want client on there anymore. So we'll delete client. So let's do the same thing for the grpc out, because they're both getting saved to the same spot. Let's see if this works. I hope it does. That'll save me at least one step. And then I just need to figure out how to run them all at the same time, like I said. And then we don't have to worry about picking and choosing. We just I can even create a quick copy script I can click and make it copy them over. I mean, I could even make them run off of the same location. How do I do that right now? Is it just the dot slash? Oh no, it's at the very end there. The very end is the file I'm telling it to use. I mean, I'd have to tell it strategy main. I don't know. Let's try it. Let's try to figure this side out too. If we can figure this out, it might save us a few steps. So this needs to be, so we're starting, again, we're starting at this ProTalk folder. Let's go back to where we were starting. And we'll just kind of step through the steps. So we're starting here. We're going to go up one folder. We're going to go up 2 folders. We're going to go up 3 folders. So we're going to go up 3 times. And then we're going to go into strategy. Oop, got to type it right. Strategy RPG server. And then we're going to go into source main proto. Source main proto. And then strategy RPG main. Strategy RPG main. Let's double check. And then the name of the file. So hero.proto is one that we're working on. What do you guys think? Is this going to work? Probably not. So what does this first dot slash mean? Maybe I need to go look up the command line parameters. I have dot, I have slash I, capital I, and then I have this like current directory. File does not reside within any path specified using protopath or -I. You must specify a protopath which encompasses this file. Note that the protopath must be an exact prefix of the proto file names. Okay. Okay, that's... I think I think I'm gonna have to do it the other way for now. Note that the protopath must be an exact prefix of the proto file names. I don't know if I'm reading that correctly. It says the protopath is -I, so that's the protopath, which right now is just like blank, right? If I'm looking at it right. Let me look at my proto file real quick too. I don't remember what I put like in the package or... So up here we told it the package is strategyrpg.main. I don't think this other stuff comes into play on this generation stuff. but the package might. Let's see if ChatGPT has an idea like it did before. I mean, it's pretty smart. Although I don't really know how to phrase my question here. I'll probably screw that up. If I want to generate my proto files using the protalk command line tool with the source files at, and I need to give it the folder name or the folder structure. Let's see. So what if I do this? And then I'll just take off those extra, that C colon projects maybe. With the source files at that and the output folder at I highly doubt this is going to work, but ChatGPT has surprised me on other occasions, so I want to generate my proto files using the protalk command line tool with the source files at this and the output folder at this. How do or what is the command line to generate? For example, hero.proto. Let's see if that's enough, or it might, maybe it'll be smart enough to ask me for the additional info it needs. I can show you guys it generating too. That's accurate. Protopath. And we have C# out. We don't have that other, I mean, I don't know if I need it. I think I do. The gRPC out. But I mean, I could possibly add this same code that it's showing. Protopath tells protalk where to start looking for imports. The last argument is the path to the proto file you want to compile. You can also compile all proto files in that directory by using a wildcard. I could have swore I've tried that before and it didn't work, but maybe I'll try that. If you use multiple imports between proto files, make sure your import lines use relative paths from the proto path, for example, and not a hard-coded OS path. I think that's how I have it. That's how it looks right now, even though it doesn't see it. I could be generating my Java ones this way too, I guess. is what this is saying. So instead of using, right now I'm using a compiler tool, a compiler plugin tool in Maven. So when I run my Maven build, it's also generating the proto files, which is fine. But it's, I mean, I can see here what it's saying is I could generate both of them, just keep them separate from either the server or the client code bases, and then they'll generate into the appropriate locations, which is probably the better way to do it in the long run. Let's try. I think I still think something's missing here. Plus, I don't know if these I might have to take those carrots out. I don't know if they will translate correctly. I know, but can I delete those? No, of course not. Okay, that's not what I wanted. So let's copy this into a text editor real quick. Delete these extra line breaks. Let's try it the way it is, even without that gRPC out, and just see if things work. Although what I want to do, I'm going to delete all of the generated files first, because I don't want to be in a scenario where maybe some of them generated and the other ones didn't, and it's confusing my, it thinks everything's good. So we're going to delete all of this. We're going to try to generate all of them at the same time. That's what I'd like to be able to do. We know it's going to throw errors because we just deleted all that generated code it needs. Copy. Now, where is it basing the run off of? I just thought about that. Is it basing it off of? No. So the way I have this set now, I need to get to this folder. And do I even have a path to Protalk? No. What if I just copy the Protalk files? It's just a couple command line tools. Those two. I think it's just those two. What if I just copy them here for now? Because that's where I'm running from. That way I can run the tool. And copy, paste. Let's see what happens. Okay. I didn't realize I wasn't watching. Yes. Strategy RPG server, source main, proto, strategy RPG main, asterisk.proto. No such file or directory. I mean, up here I used forward slashes. Is it really that dumb that I need to reverse the slashes from the code it generated? I could see it being that dumb. Let me change that. All the slashes except for the very first one need to be reversed. This is one of those things that's taking me more time now than it definitely would have, but if I figure this out, I'm going to be doing this through this entire project, so it does kind of make sense to figure this out. So I don't have to copy and paste the proto files, and then there's always a chance I screw up and don't copy the right ones. And I'm only running it on one at a time right now. All right. Now I reversed all the... See if that did anything. Gosh darn it, I did that again. I need to add that to this code up here because I just copied and pasted it. Home. Does home not work? Oh, come on. Home. End. This is what I got last time, so it's saying it can't find the directory, and that's the same thing I was getting before. I don't think I typed anything wrong there. So, strategy RPG server, all lowercase. I don't think that matters, but source main proto strategy RPG, all one folder, and then main. If I select a specific file, does it work this way? It didn't error out. Let's see if anything got generated and if it's in the right spot. I mean, that's better than nothing, but I still want to figure out how to generate them all at the same time. Because now I deleted them all. I have to go through and do every single one, which isn't that hard, but eventually I'm going to have dozens of these, I would think. Or I could, anyways. Let's see, I wanted it to go here. Well, hero.cs is there, but that other one's not. Now, is that other one important? I don't know. But that's good. That's what we want. Let's look at this real quick to make sure it's a generated file. Yeah, so this is... But we also need the service. Which is fine. I think I know what I have to do to get the service to work, because that was in my old protoc command up here. I mean, you can see I did C# out, but I also did gRPC out. And I think this other command is what was generating the service. Because I would have hero, but then I would have hero service, and I need those service objects. All right, let's try that. So let me go to, in the C# out, I'm just going to copy that section. Because that's pretty much what it is. It's going in the exact same section. But then we use the, what is it? gRPC out flag instead of C# out. gRPC out. All right, let's try that one next. And we'll have to change this for some reason. Oh, come on. Did I not copy an important command line tool over? Because that's what it's acting like now. Assets, proto. Um, is it in this Google folder maybe? I don't know. Darn it. Why would it work before and all I did is change the path? C# out. gRPC out. Assets, scripts, networking, RPC generated. I gotta look at my ones up here. Oh, I didn't have this plugin thing to tell it. This right here isn't in the stuff ChatGPT generated for me, which is fine. I mean, it probably doesn't know exactly what I'm trying to do here. That was after. I don't think it matters where it's at, as long as it's not after that last parameter. Plugin equals. All right, this command's getting nice and long, but really I should just have to paste it or copy and paste it. All right, good. Finally, no failure. Now let's see if it generated both files that I'm hoping. Here, 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 here. All right. Good. That's what I had before. And I do think I need both of those the way I'm using it. I can always, once I figure out how to, I need to figure out now how to do all of these at the same time. Why when I put hero, it works, but when I do asterisk.proto, it doesn't. It says wildcards work, but I sure haven't gotten them to work. And I mean, I'm looking specifically at what it told me, and I mean, it is saying asterisk.proto. That's how they have it in their test code. Is there a different wildcard for PowerShell. Maybe this is giving me like what it would be in Linux or Mac OS or something. I don't think so. I really don't think so. No, it's saying asterisk. It matches 0 or more characters in PowerShell. That's so weird. I'm just doing a couple of quick searches here. Otherwise, I might have to give up on this for now. I don't want to get stuck on stuff like this that isn't really that related to my game development. Now this is saying I think it is a PowerShell issue. I'm gonna try to use, I think I have Git Bash installed. I'm gonna try to use Git Bash. And I think it might just be an issue with the syntax. There's a way to do it in PowerShell, but it looks like I have to create like a for loop with this. I don't know. It looks more complicated than it needs to be. So let's try to do it this way. So let's paste our command in here. We're in the same location as we were over here. Let's try to paste that same command and see maybe it'll work in Git Bash. And if it does, I'm going to quit using PowerShell. For this anyways. Make that a little bit bigger. That's too big. Can I make that smaller now? I wanted the text bigger, not the whole freaking window. All right. Now I can read it. All right, here we go. Oh. Now I might not need the I might just need it that way now. Am I in the wrong folder? I'm not in the wrong folder. I think it worked. I just had to get that. So I had to, I mean, this is normal. I had to change the direction of the thing again because for some reason they're different between these different file system stuff. All right, I'm going to save my command in my example file now that I think it worked. Let's just double check that it worked. I think I see them back behind us here in the generated folder. All right, so that worked. So we are going to copy example command. Let's update this. This was my old one that I used to use. And this is my new and improved version that works so much better. So let's save that and maybe put a note. Note, must use git bash and not Windows PowerShell. All right, that's just a little note. So if I forget, which I'm good at forgetting things. Okay. That was a fun down the rabbit hole thing, but I think over time that will actually save us quite a bit of time because we've been generating files 10 times each session that we've been coding. Now we can just do our updates, run that command one time, and no matter which file it was. Let's try to run it again now that the files are there and make sure that it doesn't give us some type of error related to overwriting. No, it doesn't. It just overwrites them, no problem, which is what I want. Okay. So we've updated. I got to think about where we were at because that took a little bit of time where I'm already forgetting. So we've updated the hero and we've updated the monster objects. We've added all those additional fields now so that we should be able to do some type of combat loop. And it's good that there's no errors down here. So it looks like the new generated files are fine. Now, because we're trying to make this a authoritative server with the front end client setup, any of the actual logic for combat needs to happen on the back end, and we need to pass it to this front end. So we need to be thinking about that. I don't know exactly what I'm doing yet. I just want to call that out, that through the structure of how to set this up in code, the UI is really just going to be receiving a constant stream. So we will make sure we figure out how to use the stream RPC stuff correctly. But it'll be receiving a stream of updates for combat. And we just need to take that data and output it to the screen. I mean, no logic will be happening in Unity code, in the C# code. The only thing that's happening, we're getting data from the back end and we're displaying it to the player. So we have close all this again. So we have this combat manager class. Right now, it is, I mean, right now we're pulling the data one time, and that's it. So what we're going to have to do, we're going to have to create some kind of stream. So I'm kind of looking here. Sorry, I'm trying to split my screen on my other screen here. I can pull this to my main screen. I'm trying to figure out how to, so right now we have a setup where, or at least I don't think I have it set up where it would stream data. And if it does, how do I listen? How do I listen for the times when the data is received? So implement the server side, and their example here is just generic. And I'm not using Go. I probably should do this in Chat GPT so it can give me more. I might do this same idea, this same question in Chat GPT, because I really think it's going to be more specific to my project if I do it that way. Let's pull that over instead. Close that one. That was just confusing me. Let's make a new chat tied to this. How to create a stream RPC setup where I am streaming data constantly from server to client. The server, let's say gRPC. The server is coded in Java and the client is C# Unity3d. I need to constantly send data every few, I'll just say every second, and I can adjust that. I need to constantly send data every second to the client and have it listen and trigger a method. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just not entirely sure how to do it. Help me, Chat GPT. You're my only hope. Proto. We already have a proto. Do I need to do something special in the proto? So it's saying you're going to make a method call. You're going to return this object. So when I'm creating all these response objects, I can just return the object. That's one thing I need to change in my learning on this stuff. I don't need to have a response object. I just need to have the object and return it. And then the request, optional filter. Yeah, so we'll have something like that as well. We'll maybe not for this call. Push every second. Cleans up on cancel. Oh my. Well, I didn't tell it I was using Spring, so a lot of this looks funky, but the main thing I'm interested in is probably this down here. Server call stream observer. Stream ticks. So we have the subscribe request, which we might not have a request on this. We just want to, it's more of a pull. We're not pushing and pulling. We're just pulling, or whatever the right word is. Server call tick. Response. New schedule. See, I can do all this in Spring a different way. I think this is just setting up where this triggers every second. If client disconnects or cancels, stop scheduler. All right. Only send when transport is ready. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. And it's setting up a thread. And it's setting it, and then it's scheduling it this way. Don't call on completed here. Keep the stream open until the client cancels. So that's the difference. If you ever want to finish after so many messages, call on completed and shut down. Okay. I don't think I want to use this part where it's setting up the I think some of this, I could probably even tell it I'm using Spring Boot and see if it creates that part differently. Because this isn't Spring Boot. I mean, it didn't know I was using Spring Boot, so it's not its fault. Okay, for the C# client, listen forever and trigger a method. So this will be in our Combat Manager class is where this will be, and we'll be listening for combat updates. So It's an event you can wire up in the inspector or from other scripts. And that's what I'm thinking we'll have to do. We'll have to have an event and an event handler set up where every time this triggers, it also triggers an event which all the other classes that need to know about it can listen to. And then when they trigger, they'll make their updates as well. So this should be nice and clean once we're done. I mean, this should be set up nice where events are getting triggered, and it's kind of like a subscription system where they're subscribing to the events, and then the event handlers in each one of their classes will handle the events and make the updates. So all the code will be separated properly. We're not going to have a whole lot of coupling, data coupling or anything like that. We're going to try to keep all of that separated. All right, so on enable, this is setting up the channels like I do now, but it's a little bit different. Start background, receive loop, listen, task, run async, try, await for each, dispatch to Unity main thread, trigger your method, which is an event. And then the event, then I can connect into those events and then trigger all my other stuff that way. We'll have to have an event handler that has all the data in it from the combat update. And then of course we need to catch errors because this is just going to be running non-stop. Catch normal on disable or quit. That one would trigger. Stream ended. Or if it's something else, it'll just be a stream error. On disable. So I'm pretty sure what this means is if I triggered a way to call this code, then it would do a cleanup and close everything out. Is that what that means? Or is this triggering somewhere up here on its own? I don't think so. And this is similar to what I'm going to do in each different class that needs to listen to the events when they're updated. So I mean, I'm going to create a new event handler tied to that action, and then we can do whatever we want in here. Like it says, do whatever you want. Don't touch Unity objects from background thread. Use a dispatcher. WebGL builds can't use gRPC. I did not know that. I hope that doesn't cause me any issues down the road, because this is going to be very heavily coded that way. Code generation quick reference. I thought we already figured this out. Why is it giving me stuff from my last question? I mean, I can probably clean this prompt up a little bit better and get it a little closer to what I need. That might be the best way to do this. I mean, this definitely helped me figure this out, but the Java side isn't really how I want to set it up, mainly because it's using stuff outside of the Spring Boot framework. And then, I mean, the C# stuff might be right. A lot of this is new to me. But let me try to feed it a better prompt and see if I can do this better. So how can I do this? Let's see. So if I feed it a proto file for combat, let's just say for now what it's going to send it. Oh, excuse me. Let's say for now it's going to send that combat info object back, which is what it's going to send, but I think this is going to grow. We're probably going to need more than this data for everything to work correctly on combat. We're going to need some type of, I don't know, some kind of list or something showing any input commands, maybe the actions that are queued up and how long they have before they trigger. Something else needs to be in here to manage it. But as a test case, if we can at least get this combat thing coming in through a stream, then we should, in theory, just have to update this with the additional data we need. So let's create another call. Actually, we don't even have to create another call. That call will still work for the stream idea. As far as the proto anyways. So I can feed it that proto file. And then so how do I want to set up this prompt? I have the proto file that with the method, let's call out exactly what the method is. Get combat ID that will be used in the streaming connection. I have included it for you to look at. Also, I am using Java Spring Boot and would prefer to use that in the setup for the, what did we call it? For the data being triggered every second, maybe, for the service method being called every second to update the C# Unity3d client. Could you give me a more detailed example using this file, defining the server and client calls to send, and for the server, defining the server setup for the scheduled 1 second updates, and for the Unity3d C# client to receive them and set up a handler in the attached Combat Manager file and set up a I'm just going to say event, and set up an event in the attached Combat Manager .cs file to listen for the server updates. All right, so I'm going to pass this prompt, and I've told it that I'm going to include 3 files. I'm going to include the proto file, so let's find that. This is really getting complex. I don't know if it's going to do okay on this or not. If it gets me even close, though, it's better than nothing. Because if I'm being honest, some of this is a little over my head until I figure it out. And then I need to add... I'm just going to have it see how I have the service set up now, and maybe it'll be able to define a method in there for it. We'll see. This guy, combat service, is where I want the code to be that's streaming it to the client. And then we also want to jump out to the client files. I mean, I know there's not much in here yet, but at least so it can see how I currently have things set up, maybe that'll help. All right. I probably am going to confuse the crap out of it now. All right. So it's going to turn our get combat by ID into a server stream. It's going to push an updated combat response every second, plus a Unity listener that exposes a C# event you can subscribe to. That's exactly what I want. Let's see if it did it. I'll adjust the proto service signature, a light tweak. Show a Spring Boot service method that streams once per second. And refactor Unity Combat Manager to consume the stream and raise an event on each update. Your Java service currently handles get combat by ID as a single response, then immediately completes. Yep, I knew that because of the onCompleted. Your Unity Combat Manager currently makes a single combat info call inside start and stores the result. Yeah, I knew that. Make get combat ID server streaming. Make sure the RPC returns a stream. Field message names below match your code that uses combat by ID request and combat response. We have a message. Changed. Return stream combat response. Okay. And I think this is fine. I think we can change the one that's already there. Because once this is set up, I think we want this to be the stream. It should just automatically go once combat starts. If we need to create the other one again, we'll name it something different. All right, so let's make that change. So that's right here. So all we added was the stream keyword, really. Everything else, I think, stayed the same. Okay. If your generated stubs already expect... Yeah, I already read that. Spring Boot Java stream once per second. Swaps your current unary body for a per call scheduler. All right. No updates yet. So it is still using that scheduled executor service, which is fine. I thought it would use, so there's an at scheduled annotation in Spring Boot that I've used in the past, but I don't know that it properly sets up threads like this is doing. So we'll go with what this is saying. It's probably a better, if I'm being honest, this is probably considered a better way of doing things. So right now, do I just want to, I guess I just want to pull this code in. I'll comment out my old code for now and compare the two a little bit. Make sure it's doing what I expect it to do. So the code we're doing right now is this one. So we're going to comment that out and add this new code in. And let's start importing classes. So let's see if we can work through the code that it sent me and try to understand it. So we're creating a request. Yeah, so we're creating a combat ID, which we already have in the request object. Client subscribe to combat, and that's probably a good way to mention that. And then we're setting up this new object type. Instead of a regular stream observer, we're setting up this server stream observer. And it's going to respond with combat responses. I don't really name them. I don't like that. Just an S. That's not very descriptive. And it's taking in the response observer here. And it's just casting it to this new type. I mean, do I have to do that? Or can I just put that up here? I don't know. It's fine. The only thing I don't like is that it's using just an S. So let's call this streaming observer. Darn it. Sometimes this thing. Shift F6. Streaming observer. All right, that'll at least help me understand this. One lightweight scheduler per client stream. So if I have more than one client, it's going to create a new scheduler for each one, which makes perfect sense. That's good. And that's why we need the multi-threading. This would not work with a single thread, of course. So that's why I'm not sure. I think the scheduling still works that way too, the annotations, but all right. So this is creating the scheduler. It says a new single thread schedule executor, which is the run. And it's just creating the new thread. It's naming it combat stream dash combat ID, which I like. That'll be really easy if I'm debugging. Set the daemon to true and return. Okay. Don't know what this does. Atomic Boolean stopped. So does that mean if it's running or not running, I guess? And it's just a Boolean value that may be updated atomically. All right. So then we're taking that new streaming observer set on cancel handler. So this is what will determine if it stops. If stopped, compare and set. Stopped is my atomic Boolean. Atomically sets the value to new value, which is the second parameter, if the current value equals expected value. Okay. And then exec is up here. So we're saying shut down. So if this becomes true, if our atomic Boolean is stopped, then shut down our scheduler. And then let's just throw a log out there that says stream canceled by client. So that makes sense. Optional if you want to know when transport is writable again. If you want to know when transport is writable again. Well, right now it doesn't look like it's doing anything. I'll have to read into that to see if there's anything I need to do. I don't think that anything we're doing is crazy complex though. Really, we're just every second we're sending a call back to the client. The server's going to generate the call and then send it to the client. And we'll have an additional method in here that goes over the combat flow and the combat loop. You know, that's when it gets through the combat loop, then it has the data it needs to return the next response. And I don't know how often those will go. It'll probably be more than once every second, but I don't want to make it where it's returning too fast either. Maybe once every quarter of a second can be updates. This is not meant to be a true real-time game. It's still like a hybrid turn-based model. So we don't need somebody to have crazy clicking speed or anything. All right, so in the thread, we're defining if stopped or the streaming observer gets canceled, then just return. Otherwise, keep going. Say if it's not ready, then return. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and set the same data I was before. So here's where we're doing the stuff I already had, where we're defining the combat database pull. We are doing the stream. If this is not null, then streaming.observer uncompleted. Where did this get set? Oh, it's down further, I think. Combat no longer exists, stream completed. Oh, this is if it does equal null. I thought it said not equal to null. All right, so if it's thinking that the way my logic works, which isn't entirely correct, I'll have to change this a little bit. It's thinking that once the database doesn't find anything, that determines when combat's done. So really what this will have to be is I'm going to have some type of flag we're going to insert that says combat complete. And once that flag is true, then it can run this code here where it closes out the stream. So this is important to have, it's just the wrong logic. So let's go ahead and say to do need to set a combat flag in the DB, the database, that is updated when combat is complete. And then that will be what this new if call is. And that will determine this closing of the stream. So once that's done, it'll quit streaming data for that combat. Okay, that looks good. So then down here, we're doing the conversion to the RPC combat object. We're building it. And we're streaming it. And then we say streaming error. Oh, this is just if an error was caught. Blah, blah, blah. And then it shuts down the stream. And then at the very bottom, it's just scheduling it at a fixed rate of 1 second. So I could switch this to milliseconds and make it 250, and it would be once every quarter of a second. But for now, for testing purposes, let's leave it on 1 second. That way, if I have debug logs set up in Unity, they won't be going so fast that I can't read them. It might even be smarter to make this longer than 1 second. Let's make it 3 seconds initially while we're testing. And the rest, I don't think there was any other changes to this. Yeah, same converter you already had. Your current implementation replies once and completes. We removed uncompleted and replaced it with a scheduled loop. So that looks good. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, guys. My dog is whining at the door. I think she has to go to the bathroom. Be right back. I'm really into this. I don't want to give this up until we at least get this stream working. I'm back. Dog went to the bathroom, ran around the yard a little bit, went and grabbed the mail. Hi, Udo Booty. How are you? I'll check that out. Thanks. Okay. For some reason, I just noticed for some reason my text messages aren't showing across platforms. I mean, that's a completely different issue, unrelated to our coding. All right, so I think the server side looks good now. Now let's look at what it said for the Unity side. Your combat manager currently performs a one-shot fetch and start. Switch it to subscribe to the stream. Read updates in the background and surface an event so the rest of your game can react. All right. Creates an on-combat updated event. That's perfect. That's what I want. That way I can have all of my different UI components and anything else that we need that triggers any type of updates need to have this event set up where they're listening to it. And then anytime I receive an event, they trigger and make updates. And the way I need to set this up, and I think it's set up pretty close already, is I need to make sure all the data is in that combat response that's coming back every second. Because I don't want these event handlers to trigger additional RPC calls if possible. Now I should trigger RPC calls when or something to the server when I need to like trigger an action or something. Those make sense. But as far as just data updates, like I don't want to be calling get hero or get monster separately from the combat manager. So I'll have to be cognizant of that and make sure I think of that through all my updates. Connects to the get combat by ID stream. It reads the response stream in a background task. Dispatches to the Unity main thread before invoking the event. Keeps your existing combat ID and combat info fields so other code still works. Okay. I mean, it sounds good. Is this the whole combat manager? Is this like a copy and paste in? I love ChatGPT. I really do. It is, I mean, Googling something like this would have been informative, but it would not have been specific to my case. And being able to upload files like this and getting almost exact code back that is usually working with just a few simple tweaks. I mean, that's just crazy how much productivity it can add. All right, so let's pull. We're going to do this full pull because it looks like it gave us the entire amount here. We'll put this in. I'm just reading the notes it put down here. This replaces your previous single call with a continuous stream and preserves your combat info property. Anywhere in your game, you can now subscribe. Exactly. All right. So let's take what we have here for now anyways. Let's, I think it even pulled in this other stuff, didn't it? Let's double check. Did it pull in my instance? Yeah, it did. And my variables and my fields. So I think I should just be able to paste this in. And we can go through this now like we did the other code, do our imports and kind of just read through the flow and make sure we understand. I don't know what I did wrong here, but for this code specifically, I'm having to use the full name. I did something. It's not breaking it. I'm just having to use the fully qualified name for it, which makes me think there's some type of overlap somewhere. All right. That's not right. But that's okay. So wherever I use the server address, I'll use my global cancellation token source and a task. I've seen task. I don't know that I've seen this one. And then action, of course. And this is initialized. Might be unnecessary now. Because really, the stuff that's updating is going to update based on this event now. So we're going to create event handlers, and then once data is received, that's when that triggers. So this is initialized stuff will go away as well. So let's get rid of that. And then subscribe from other systems. This is the event. I've used events in Unity, but I didn't use them this way specifically. This is just like a generic. I usually define like an event handler or not event handler, event args tied to a specific event. And that's what holds the data. But if I'm looking at this correctly, this is just setting up the action event with the combat object as part of it. I don't know. Once I start playing with it, I'm sure I'll figure that out. And it actually looks like I would like this setup better. Simple main thread dispatcher. Concurrent queue. Okay. And queue main Yeah, some of this stuff I'm gonna have to read up on. I haven't used a lot of this, at least on the C# side, as far as threads and tasks in any of these background processes we're setting up. Needed for plain text. Remove if using TLS. Okay, that's fine. Load combat ID like you already do. Yeah, I don't need all these comments for this part. Connect channel plus client. Not finding that. Can I set it up the way I used to? Because it was just channel. Yeah, but this channel doesn't have 4 address. Maybe. Will it still work with the way I used to set it up? Let me back up a little bit and see what it had. gRPC channel. My C# code is not finding the class gRPC channel. See if it has any ideas while I work through it. The call is a all right. I know the server address I can fix with using my game server dot server host. So that part I can fix. The channel, what if I do the channel like my other ones? I mean, I actually already have a combat client that I used to use, but it's telling me to set it up differently. Right? I mean, I had combat client and I was just pulling in, and I did it this way. Oh gosh darn it. I did a copy instead of a paste. Actually, let's not paste over the top of that. Oh my goodness, come on. Stupid computer. I don't know if that will work, because this is a little bit different than whatever it was trying to do down here. It might. Okay, this is starting the stream. Var call. And then, so why don't I just make this a combat response? so that it's typed correctly. Same with this. I don't know why we're not using it when we know what it is. I don't like the use of var if I don't have to. Ambiguous invocation. We're having more issues on this side than we did on the Java as far as the generated code from ChatGPT. But I also have less experience with this side of the code as well, so I'm not entirely sure how to fix it. And like this response stream thing, it's expecting my combat response object to have a response stream. And it might, if I regenerate the code. I think that's the issue there. Let's do that. Because remember, I had to change it to a stream over here. In the proto file, I changed it to stream. I don't know that I redid any of that yet. So let's do an install here to make sure that part's generated. And then let's also do this code over here to make sure that the oh, I'm in the wrong spot. Remember, I have to use GitHub, and I'm just an idiot. Okay, so that's regenerated. Let's let C# chug a little bit because I just did all sorts of stuff and I probably pissed it off. All right, I don't know if it's already done or not. I feel like this should work once it regenerates the code, but maybe not. Well, now it's getting mad up here, and it wasn't before, I don't think. Is that why it was a var? Cannot convert initializer type. So it's supposed to be an async server streaming call. I don't see where it's calling that out. We still have a lot of errors. I probably need to fix some of these errors, but I mean, a lot of these are just tied to where I'm at right now. Combat Manager, aren't they? Yeah, it's all in the Combat Manager. There's a couple in the controllers because I've changed some of the code a little bit. All right, let's think. What did it say? What was I asking it? I don't even remember. If you can't find, that means find, install, or reference correctly. NuGet. You need these 3 projects or packages in your project. Client, tools, and protobuf. I don't know if I have all these packages. If your Unity project references a C# assembly, I don't know if I have an external .NET project. This is just a generated Unity project. gRPC net client. Well, let's see if we have that, because I'm probably going to need it anyways, according to this. Let's see if I can find it up here. It's probably right. I probably don't have it. grpc.net. It's not finding any .nets. Okay, so let's see if I can import. I can probably run what it's saying here in package manager console. I don't know what that means. Package manager console. I would just think this is a terminal, right? Can I just use a terminal to run the script that it mentioned? Install package grpc.net.client. I don't know that this will work. This doesn't look. What was it? Client? It's thinking. Would you like to? Yeah, I want you to install NuGet now. No. Get package source. NuGet.org. They both say is trusted false. Oh, man. I don't use this stuff very much, you can tell. I don't know. Let's just copy this whole section and see if it can understand what I did here. It's probably not going to figure that one out. Mm. Did I type it wrong? It's saying I typed it wrong. I have no doubts I probably typed it wrong. gRPC. I did not type it wrong. That's a lie. Default project points. This is for Visual Studio. I mean, editor agnostic. This is better. From a terminal in the folder containing your CSPROJ file. All right, this might be better. So let's look at our directory structure because we need to be can I go above assets in here? Apparently not. So let's go back to our go this way. Strategy RPG server. Not server, it's the other one. All right, there's our project files. The solution file. Now, why is there two though? There's a first pass and then there's a I go into assets. That's too far, right? There's no. Yeah. And so I'm trying to put this in a way where I can read both. From a terminal in the folder containing your CS project file. I mean, let's just try the one that's not first pass. I don't really know. .NET add assembly C# to a C# developer. This is probably the basics, huh? I probably just need to do a quick refresher on how this all works for C# compared to Java. All right, what else? I don't really want to do anything. I just want it to work. If package restore is blocked, you can drop these into assets plugins. Maybe I should just go find these files. I don't think I already have them. Maybe I should have checked that first. So under assets, plugins. I have core. I don't think I have core and core API. I don't think the package manager in Unity would pull this stuff in. I don't think it's gonna find it. No. Well, I'm in my assets. What about Unity registry? I don't know. Let's see if I can find these on the web. Hmm. What do I do with that kind of file? I don't need explanation of how it works. I need the DLL file. I guess I could download this and figure out how to build it. That shouldn't be that hard. Will this work? I don't know. Hmm. Download that. I don't know if I'm going to use it yet or not. Is this the same spot I was just at? I think it is. I don't feel safe clicking on some of these other websites. Um, I do have Visual Studio. It said you can do it that way. I wonder if I can do it. I still like the other editor I'm using, but maybe I can do this to import the project. Open a project or solution. C colon. Let's close it out over here too for now. I don't know if this is going to trigger some kind of rebuild where it does some kind of endless cycle. Probably not, but the solution file is right there. And then what else did this say to do? Where did my browser go? Why isn't this popping up? There, no. Wow. Come on. Up here, Visual Studio Package Manager Console is the easiest way. In Visual Studio Tools, NuGet Package Manager Console. Alright, so Tools, NuGet Package Manager Console. Okay. And then make sure default project points to the project that will reference gRPC. And then run these commands. Okay. Default project is assembly C#. That's what it's called. Package source looks fine, I guess. Work. It's doing something. Kind of looks like my Maven file, POM files in my Java, so I'm sure there's some similarities here in what this is doing. All right, that one's done. And it looks like it worked, so let's do these other two. Hopefully I'm not breaking anything. But I feel like, I mean, we're going to need this stuff to do the streaming. Or at least that's what it's telling me, and I'm sure it's right. I haven't done a stream RPC call in here yet. Those last two packages were smaller or something. They didn't take very long. Okay, so now the question is, can I go out of Visual Studio and back into my JetBrains Writer IDE and have that available? This is a big step. Once we get this working, this is a really big step. This is creating that streaming data that we're going to need for several pieces of the game. Why are there two showing up? Oh, that's my old one. Okay. Now, can we pull in that gRPC net stuff? Let this finish loading, because for some reason it says we have no errors, and I know that's not true. Um, just wait a second. I know there's gonna be some errors here, right? There they are. All right. So the one thing I did was I changed this to my instead of this. So let's take this out. And put this one back in and see if we can now find this. We can, that's good. That fixes at least that part. And I don't know if that was going to cause an issue or not, but at least now we're using gRPC net client. Okay. This is still confusing me. And I changed this from something, it was just var before. So let's put that back. I don't think that's what's, oh, that did fix it. It's because it's that async. Yeah. Okay. Now, why is this one getting mad? Because I didn't do anything here. The ambiguous invocation. And then I took this out, which is fine. The way this is set up, I don't need that anymore. And this is firing the event. Hey, I think I got rid of all the errors by deleting that. Oh, come on. Be working. How awesome would that be? I don't see any more red errors. I mean, the yellows are just warnings. I'm not going to delete my old code yet. I mean, although it's not doing what I want it to do anyway, so I probably could. Why are these grayed out? Qualifiers redundant. Okay. So what's going to happen here? Let's see. I haven't actually made any. I need to make. I'm going to have to make the updates to my other code too, because it's going to be mad. The other connecting pieces here are mad now. Combat client. And that's right. We changed this. The way we're doing this right now, we're not even using this class. And I might change this to where it's still using the class to stay consistent. But for this test anyways, let's just get rid of that. I'd like to pull the connection related data into this client like I did with the other ones and have it all housed in a networking master class like I do. I have the game server tied to all the clients. I just feel like that'll be easier when I'm making updates to have it set up that way rather than have these calls. But this is a high level class here, so it's not a big issue. I mean, this is the main class that runs the combat scene. So that one's fixed. Now let's go into these other two controllers. And what we want to do here, so we do not want this to do this anymore for sure. we're going to get rid of that. We can just pretty much get rid of, this will all be part of a new event handler. So we're going to create an event handler in here called, let's see, how can I do that? I'm going to do combat manager dot instance dot, and what is it called? What did we call the event handler? Was it just tied to combat info? No, it's not that. Let's look. I don't know why I'm not just looking at it. On combat updated is what we want to add. So it should be dot on combat updated. And let's just create a local function. Not inside the start function. Right? Why was that inside the start function? Instance on combat. I don't want that to be named that way. Let's call this just call it on combat update. That seems more useful than whatever it just generated. And it is receiving that combat object, which is awesome. Let's name this combat. All right. So this, now what was I doing here? This is the enemy panel controller. We have that encounter object, and we're needing to set it for the update enemy panel. So the way I want this to happen is I only want this to run when I've received updates. So let's get rid of that. And this doesn't need to be here either. So all we're doing up here is setting up the event handler when it triggers, which should happen every time we receive data back. And here we should be able to say encounter equals combat dot encounter. And then we should be able to just trigger our call. That should be all we need to do. And that looks so much cleaner and will work so much better. And let's go ahead, since we're testing this, we want to make sure that we're getting a stream and not just a single update, since we're not going to have any data actually updating on this initial test. So let's say streamed data received. And if this keeps happening, then we know it's doing what we're expecting. And here's where we're going to have to do this cleanup, though. Since we're making multiple calls, we have to fix this at this point now. Otherwise, it's going to regenerate, or not regenerate, it's going to keep adding new boxes on top of the ones that are already there. So the way to do this is for each transform child in, yeah, see, it already knows what I'm trying to do. Child dot game object dot Destroy child.gameObject. I don't entirely know if that's best practice, but I think that will work. And we're going to have to do that for the other one too. For the back row. Okay. So that should destroy the old ones first and then recreate them. And that sounds like it could be a performance intensive task, but I don't think it is. These are small UI objects. And I think this is considered a norm the way I have this set up. If it doesn't stay performant, then we'll have to look into ways to maybe just update the objects that are already there. Maybe that's more performant. We'll have to see. Right now, we are not worried about performance. We're worried about getting everything working. All right, so this class should be ready to go. And now we need to do the same thing with the party side. Same thing over here. We do not want any more of these funky calls. The only thing we want in here is combat manager dot instance dot on combat updated, and we're going to create a new method, and we're going to name it on combat updated, just like the other one. I could have done that before that part. And I also like to name this combat. And in here, all we need to do is set the party object to combat.party and trigger the update party panel. And then same thing over here. We just need to loop through the objects that are already in there and get rid of them before we create them again. Keep slowing down to see if the code completion will kick in, but it doesn't sometimes. It just kind of decides when it wants to work. Okay, that should fix that panel. We're not going to add a debug log to this one. If the other one is triggering every 3 seconds, I think we have it set to, then this one should too. They're tied to the same event. Once that event handler triggers on one, it's going to trigger on this one. So this is looking good. I like this. We have a stream set up now if this works. And that's exactly what we're going to need for combat. We need this to be streaming. We don't want things to just stop. Oh, no. Okay, let's see what it's getting mad about. Type or namespace net does not exist in the namespace gRPC. Yeah, but I thought I fixed that. It's not even getting mad at me in my IDE. So why isn't Unity getting mad at me? I'm wondering if I've done enough that I need to reload Unity. Let's save and reload Unity real quick just to make sure it's pulled in all the updates. That's at least the first step. And if that doesn't solve it, we'll look deeper. Look, I am getting this again, and I thought we fixed that. I could have swore that was working. So maybe it is still having an issue with this. Cannot resolve symbol net. Well, I guess my IDE is getting mad. That's so weird because it was actually clean. At least for a little bit of time there. I know I saw it without any errors. What would have caused this to disappear? When Unity rebuild, would it have somehow deleted it? I don't think so. Reloaded in Unity. Although now I'm starting to think Unity isn't the issue. I imported, it's saying I'm not using this one at all anymore. Or down here though, I had these called out. So I bet if I take this away, it's gonna still need gRPC core. This one's getting mad now too. Darn it. I feel like we went backwards somehow here. Why can't you resolve? It was working. I know it was working because I typed it up here and saw it come up. It lost it again. I don't understand. Darn it, I was so close. Yeah, I remember scrolling over this, and in this IDE, it showed that it could find it, and it let me import it. How in the heck did I lose it? Some of this stuff that's completely unrelated to coding is so annoying. I guess this isn't unrelated, but I hate troubleshooting dependencies and stuff like this. Just is not fun. I know it contains compilation errors. That's fine. I know it's in a broken state. All right. I know how I imported it last time. I used Visual Studio. Do I try that again? But, I mean, something, if that does fix it, it's probably going to break again. See, here's the file that generated. It generated this packages.config when I did those package installs through Visual Studio. This is aggravating. Did it put them in here anywhere? No, it didn't. So, I mean, like the plugins folder didn't get populated when I did that. I mean, I guess I didn't expect it to, but. um, there's got to be a way to import the packages through this one, right? It's got to be similar. Is there a package manager? I guess I can ask Google or ChatGPT. Package manager like NuGet in Visual Studio for JetBrains Writer. I am having issues with the grpc.net.client dependency staying installed. I guess that's what I'm having issues with. I'm not entirely sure. You can install, update, and remove packages, built-in UI. In Writer, open the NuGet tool window, tools, NuGet. Okay. Let's see if that's there. Tool, whoops. Tools, NuGet. I think that's what it wanted me to do, although I already forgot. In the NuGet window, you'll see tabs like Installed, Available, Updates. Select your project scope. Search for the package. Make sure you choose the correct version. Click plus to install. After installing, rebuild your project. Writer should update the project file with a package reference entry and download the package. Okay, let's see. Installed packages. System, Google. It says it's installed. I see it right there. Refresh. Do I click upgrade maybe? I mean, I don't think the version matters that much. What's the newest version? That's what it was before, so that's not it. Upgrade. I don't know what that means. Some of these do look outdated if I'm looking at this correctly. But none of them are tied to the gRPC stuff. I don't think that would fix the issue we currently have. Select your project scope via the selector at the top of that window. Search for the package. Click plus to install. After installing, rebuild your project. Should we try to reinstall it? Try to do what it's saying? So I've already got the correct solution picked, right? I don't understand why there's two here either, but I'm sure there's a reason. I'm sure normal C# users would understand this. It does say they both have the same number of packages though, so I don't think it matters. I don't think that part matters, which one I probably have to pick this one. And I don't see where this plus is or where I can add. If I just type it in here, I mean, it's showing up. Use Alt-Enter for context actions. It's saying it's already installed. Let's remove it and try to re-add it. I don't think that's going to matter. If I click it now, does it give me the option to add it? I don't know why this would make any difference at all. Unless there's some kind of weird issue between Visual Studio setup and JetBrains Writer. All right, showing up in there now. I guess I just rebuild the project, it said. Well, now I got all sorts of errors. Well, not errors. I guess those are warnings. Oh, but look, I can import it again. I thought I already had an import statement up here. Maybe I took it out. This is aggravating. If this doesn't stick this time. And now look, the other thing's not working, and it was. This was working. I didn't have any errors. I don't know if it was working. Cannot resolve symbol, read all async. Oh, I'm so close. Can I rebuild again? Am I still missing something? What am I missing here? I don't know. This is getting mad at that ambiguous thing again. But that fixed itself a while ago when I removed the I mean, all I did is remove that error in here where it was referencing that field I took out for is updated or whatever it was called. And then all of a sudden all these errors went away. But now they came back. So maybe I didn't actually have it all the way. There was a conflict between systemnet HTTP I mean, that would be an issue if somehow these files were referencing two different versions, because look how it's calling out gRPC net client and systemnet HTTP. But I don't have that called out in here, do I? I have system. References which depend on. Let's see if ChatGPT has any ideas on this funky warning. Because I don't. I'm lost. I really want to get this stream part to work because that's a big step. And I feel like we are right on the edge here. I'm just missing something. It's just not finding this. See, it's doing this again. It says it can't find. This is not staying. Did the gRPC thing? Yeah, see that turned again. Something in the build process, I think, is what's doing it, is deleting this. And it might be this code I just highlighted, because it's saying something is conflicting between HTTP net or systemnet HTTP and gRPC net client. I mean, I kind of understand that's what it's saying. I should have copied that whole message over, not just the little snippet I copied. Add the out of band. No, I don't need to add an out of band. Requires HTTP isn't supported on .NET Framework's HTTP client. So while you can fix the systemnet HTTP binding issue, native gRPC over HTTP2 won't work on .NET Framework. Is that what I'm doing? Am I doing it that way? Oh, this is getting confusing. Oh, this is going to be a big change, it sounds like. Something's just not compatible between these. It's this HTTP2 crap, probably. It's just saying it's not compatible with the framework. That's what I'm reading anyways. Man, it looked like we were so close. Let's say if you're on use gRPC core, works with Unity framework and real gRPC over HTTP2. I thought we tried to do that and it said it wouldn't work with the streaming part though. The second option sounds like it might cover more types of builds if I'm reading that correctly. It also sounds like it's going to require a lot more changes. Let's see what it gives me. Let's see what the update looks like. So let's say I would prefer simpler route for Unity, no proxy. Can you switch the client to grpc.core and give me the updated files? Let's see what this does. Oh, darn it. Why? Is that my answer? Unity plugin layout, DLLs plus native libs you need. A drop-in replacement combat manager that uses gRPC core channel. Okay, put these in your project. The exact versions don't have to match mine, just keep them consistent. The only one I don't know if I have is this one. The other three should already be in there. Let's double check. That was not the right. Did I close? I thought yeah, I reopened Unity. So I have core, I have Google Protobuf. Google Protobuf, Google Core, and Google Core API. I think I have all of those. Core, API, and Protobuf. So we're good there, but I don't have System Interactive. What does this mean? Assets, plugins, Xcity. Is this that stuff I already have, though, tied to the gRPC? It says DLL. Isn't that what I already had with my Protalk generation tool? So, in here? Oh no, that's an exe file. Hmm. Create platform subfolders under assets, plugins, gRPC. And place the native library for each build target. It's calling out all these DLLs, but where do I find these DLLs? Do I just go to Google and try to find them that way? All the grpc.core NuGet package in your .NET project. This will automatically download the necessary libraries, including the DLL, into your packages folder. So it's probably already there, is what I'm understanding. Look, all of this stuff's already there. Oh well, that's fine. So core, lib, I don't know which one of these. There's my core DLL. Are they all the same? gRPC C sharp. That's the one I need right now. Is it in any of these folders? No, it's not. So I'm missing something. These are all there except for this one. So let's look for this one real quick too. System interactive. Async. DLL. Let's go back to the tools, NuGet, manage packages. Let's look for system dot, I don't remember what it said already. Interactive async. All right, this one, install it. I probably need to uninstall the other gRPC things because those were what were throwing those funky conflict errors. This one needs to go away. It's just not working. All right, we have that one. That should fix that top section. Now let's see if we can find gRPC C sharp. I don't really know how to search for that. Is that going to be in this package manager? You can extract the native libraries from the NuGet package. gRPC core. All right, let's get rid of that filter. gRPC. All right, let's remove this one. And this one. We need core API. We need dot core. Is there a different one? Yeah, we need this one. I think it's already in my packages folder, but I'm going to do it this way too. And then the protobuf one. Let's install all those. Oh, that one's already installed. Okay. So we have those. Have that, that, and that for sure. This bottom one, I don't really know if we have. Maybe we should move on to the next step and just see if it works. Updated Unity client. This replaces your current file. I mean, it looks pretty similar so far. This is testing if I have like a secure server connection. Otherwise, it'll default to a insecure connection. So that's good. At least for testing. We probably wouldn't want that enabled if we didn't want it to work that way. Didn't want it to be insecure. Creating the client like we used to. So we're back to how it was doing in my old setup. This is still creating that combat ID with a new thing called cancellation token. The other one might have that too. We're still running the task. Hopefully this stuff transfers because it's still trying to make this call the same way, and this was giving me issues too, these two objects. This went away. This is initialized. I took away. I mean, I don't see a whole lot of differences here. It looks... We're just going to try it. I mean, what we have right now isn't working. It's not going to hurt anything to try this one. Do I want to save? I probably want to save what I have down here. And then did I think I need to do that too. All right, here we go again. So, for some reason we have to import those. Or use the fully qualified name, I mean. And then down here we need to get rid of is initialized. And then up here farther, I need to delete that. Where the heck is it at? There it is. All right. Player ID and the combat ID are stored in here as well as the combat. And here's our action, which is named the same, so that shouldn't have messed our other stuff up. We can remove all of this server stuff because we have that defined in our global game server. Set true if you add certs later. I'll just leave that in there. A simple main thread dispatcher. All right, then down here, this will just be game server dot server host on both of these lines. I don't really want to say anything to jinx it, but I don't see any errors left in this file, which is good. So the client connection is set up. And then the thread is set up. Yeah, the rest of this looks just like it was before. I don't know why we had to switch, why it wanted us to switch to that other setup. Okay. Let's test again. I mean, I don't have any errors. I want to test fast before they come back. Oh no, it didn't compile yet. That might be the issue. No, we don't have any errors though. Come on, baby, work. So what we're hoping to happen, if I remember right, we should still get our data like we were seeing before on both sides. We'll have the heroes on one side, the monsters on the other. But in my debug console, we should see that it's receiving data back every 3 seconds, I think is what we have it set to. We need to make sure the server is running though first. Because right now I'm getting a build error. Yeah, I don't remember what was going on this side, but let's make sure we get this running. I think it's set up right. Yeah, it runs fine. I don't know what that error was from. All right. Let's push play and see what happens. Everybody cross your fingers. Yes. 100 times yes. That is awesome. Now, the only reason this is still zero is because we didn't actually type in any additional data in our database yet. We are getting exactly what we're expecting, and you can see every 3 seconds we're triggering another debug log. This is awesome. That was a big step. All right, I really want to keep going, but I've been going for over 7 hours now, it looks like. So unfortunately, I have to get off of here. I might come back on tomorrow and do some more coding if I get caught up on a couple other things I got going on. So thanks again for watching, guys. I think this was really good progress. Getting that stream set up is awesome. That's huge, because now the combat will work like I want it to, where it's like a hybrid real-time setup where it's constantly updating. Enemies and heroes are attacking on their own, and then we'll be able to start setting up some actions where we can click actionable buttons and stuff to trigger spells. So this is really starting to come together. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off now. Thanks again for watching, guys. This has been fun.